Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, May the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, as usual, lots happening in the pre-market. It's funny. There are more earnings plays than I thought there would be. I know Real has mentioned not Bed Bath& Beyond, BBWI. So there's a big earnings play for them. It's interesting, of course. I don't know if I really don't understand how they compete with Bed Bath and Beyond, or how if they were exactly the same type of stores, but because we don't have them in Canada, we did have Bed Bath and Beyond. But at any rate, great earnings release for them. Big float, quarter of a billion in the float, up 12%. And as Real said, I just suspect a lot of these companies now, they have nice pops in the pre-market and then they tend to fade. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with BBBW. When you look left, looks like there could be some resistance around 38.50. So on that daily chart. So we'll have to see what happens to that. And another one, yeah, Goose. What I've done right now is I will go over the other ones that I've got on my list, but I'm just looking at these earnings plays right now. And what I've done is I've sorted on the earnings date column. And so these are the earnings dates, anything 0.25 or minus 0.25. Canada Goose, yay, Canada. Canada Goose is an earnings play, and nice little pop for them. Not a huge amount of volume yet, but nice pop for them. And, a breakout here. Let's see on the weekly chart, looks like the next high is around 23.76. So there's a little bit of room. And another earnings play is, you can see them right here, BBWI, Goose, Canada Solar, another Canadian company, does a lot of work in China, though, I think. CSIQ, big earnings pop for it also. This is a cheap one, DOYU, so I'm not going to talk about that one. Excuse me, BEKE though, BEKE. We see this a lot, this one a lot. And let's take a look. This is a China stock. Give me a moment as I get that single stock window loaded. There we go. This is a China stock. And the next high looking left looks around 17. So could be some resistance already for BEKE. Another one, very low volume, ATAT, very low volume. I don't think I really know this one. I don't think I've seen this one before. Tour Lifestyle Holdings, fairly new. I guess they launched in November of 2022. Okay, not very much volume though. China stock. DLO, another earnings play. DLO, another earnings play. This is a great gap up. Look at this. The next high looking left is 1747 for DLO. Okay, on the daily chart. So that has room. DLO definitely has some room if it wants to keep running. And let's see what else. Oh, TTWO, an expensive one. TTWO, another earnings play, another big gap up, big float, 155 in the float, 155 million in the float. To me, that looks like it's coming into some resistance if you look at the daily chart. And ZTO, another earnings play. Not very much volume yet. China stock. Nice gap up for it also, breaking out. And on the downside, we've got LSPD, and this is a gap down on earnings, Canadian company, not very much volume. Boot, though, boy, Boot is getting booted. Wait a moment. So this is down 10%. Let's see. Boy, where's some support on the weekly chart? Looks like around 60. Boy, this all right. This has got some room on the way down still. Yeah, it's at 67.02 right now. And if I look at the weekly chart, looks like the next low is around 60. So this definitely has some room on the way down. This is a big gap down for Boot, BOOT. And let's see, is that it? And Cisco, another big one. Cisco, a gap down for Cisco on earnings. And that's a pretty significant gap down because I think the next low looking left is around 45.54 and it's at 45.70 right now. That's on the daily chart. So that's a pretty significant gap down for Cisco also, CSCO. All right. So those are the big earnings plays. Let's take a look at some of the, give me a moment here as I make one adjustment. Let's take a look at some of these smaller ones. So ICU, I don't know if ICU is still doing its thing. Yeah, so it's now I remember yesterday we had MOTS, MOTS, and I remember MOTS was yeah, it got over a dollar, then it dropped down to 80 cents and I completely forgot about it. And then later on in the day, it I think I got up to about a dollar 40, and then it's back under a dollar again. Not saying the same thing is going to happen with ICU, but it did pop up to about 134. It's slightly under a dollar now. And I think they had, see if they had any news. By the way, look at the market. The market was looking really positive at the beginning, but I guess some numbers came out. And look at the market. Look at this sell-off on the market right now. A moment, I'm trying to find anything on ICU. Yeah, I don't see any specific news today. They had earnings earlier, I guess, but not earlier this week. But there's Cisco continuing down. Cisco continuing down. Now WLGS on the move still. That's what I need. Just give me a moment as I get back to the change from. So there's WLGS, guys. WLGS, big move. Shares of the Wang and Lee Group are trading higher. Okay, but it doesn't say why. I'm trying to see any specific reason. Can't see any reason for the WLGS. Not seeing any company. This is not me. This is what is being reported. Not seeing any company specific news to justify the price action. So, and now coming into. So this started trading. That's right. This was an IPO, I guess, back here on April 20th. Alim, A-L-L, excuse me, ALIM. Any news on this one? Oh yeah, jumps 48% on a deal with iPoint for eye disorder therapy UTIG. So what is this? Where are they out of? It looks like they're out of the US. UTIC, iTic. But anyway, whatever it is, they jumped 48% on a deal with iPoint. And this is a low float, 5.3 million in the float. ENVB popped up an acceptance of I guess they're trying to they've applied for a US patent. ENVB, so it's not an acceptance, it's just they've applied for a patent, and that application has been accepted, not granted, but it's been accepted. Now it says it's received a notice of allowance, okay, for a patent application. IFBD is another one. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Again, I don't see any news on this one, but it's a huge pop. Another China stock, low float China. EVGO. I know why this one is down. EVGO did a financing and is right at the financing price. You know what? I mean, these guys raised a whack of money. They raised $121 million at $4.25. So yeah, it's down 8%, but that's a lot of money to raise for this little company. So interesting. So it's holding the financing price of 425. And as Casa pointed out, EF EVFM is a 1 for 25 reverse split. Hmm. Must have marked it down wrong. Now, the other one to keep an eye on, guys, this was the wild one from yesterday, okay? One of the wild ones from yesterday of the many, but CWD. So, I mean, this is up, I should have mentioned it really, but up 38%. But remember what happened yesterday. This was, I guess, an IPO yesterday, and it got up to 875, closed down here at 6. But look what's happening. It's almost at the high of yesterday. I think I have my alert set at the high of yesterday. Okay. So again, this is highly risky, low float. And if this takes off, still have maybe the SGE will follow suit. That's the other IPO, similar structure, low number of shares issued, low price, low IPO price. And you know what? This got up to SGE actually got up to 429 in the pre-market. So it did briefly take out the highs of the daily right there. So it'd be interesting, guys. I mean, if this CWD gets going, it could drag SGE along with it. All right, guys, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting. I remember yesterday, well, I didn't forget about it, but we mentioned that TME had a bunch of upgrades and it had a nice move, not a rocket ship move, but probably about I don't know, 10, 20, maybe a 25% move. All right, let me get them in. There is some, I see Tiva has an upgrade by Evercore. Tiva, there's some activity with Tiva. I know they had put a little press release out. Tiva, Teva. Okay, so nothing really interesting that I see in the upgrades. Let me get the downgrades in now. Okay, I see there's a couple of downgrades for FUTU, a couple of downgrades for FUTU, and they're by JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. So maybe you want to keep an eye on FUTU to see if those downgrades are affecting the price. Probably they are, but let me, I'll get that symbol in once I get the rest of these downgrades in. I'll load that symbol. And a couple of downgrades for MMP, MMP, a couple of downgrades for MMP. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let's take a look at FUTU and see if there's any significant move for FUTU after those downgrades by JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. Not really, not really. Down 9 cents so far. Yeah, BBWI is starting to fade a little bit here. Earnings play. Real has been talking about that one. And MMM, sorry. So let's take a look at MMP. A couple of downgrades for MMP also. Yeah, not a big reaction yet. XELA guys, again, this is what is still active. Reverse split earlier, still active. Morning paradox, still active. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Now, we had that big sell-off. One, two, three, four. We had about an hour straight down. We're trying to have a little bit of a bump here, but the market is going to kind of flat right now. Look at XELA, guys. XELA on the move here. What was yesterday's high? Yesterday's high was looks like around 876 for XELA. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors quickly and see what is happening. So I'm clicked on the dock channel bar, click on the show more, and go down until I see the sector status. Where are you? You are sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So 100% red. What does that mean? That means 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, 100% of them. So energy is weak to begin, certainly. There is, let's see, communications, not bad, 71% are up from yesterday's close, 50-50 with technology. So right now, communications would be the strongest sector, and certainly energy would be the weakest. Okay. The news on Zyme, ZYME? Sure. All right. So this is the board appointed Kenneth Galbraith, company's current CEO and chair, as president of company. Okay. I see why you're talking. So the chief operating officer is leaving. President, oh, I see what's happening. So the president and the CEO, sorry, the president and the COO are leaving. I don't know if he's one and the same, but yeah, if it wasn't planned. Interesting though. Stock hasn't tanked on that news yet. Anyway, BBWI. That's going to be the issue. Okay. Yeah, well, that's certainly at that 200-day moving average, as Real pointed out. 38.39 is the 200-day moving average for BBWI, and that just sort of tanked it. 38.44 it got to. So far, so far it's tanked it. Lots of shares available, 9.5 million shares available. Interactive Brokers is short, so I'm sure this is available at most brokerages to short. Guys, CWD guys, CWD could be doing its thing right now. This is took out yesterday's high now. Took out yesterday's high. Be careful. If you're going to do this one. Wow. Again, be careful if you're in this one, okay? Do not wander away from your computer. That is a command. Seriously, CWD. And it is wild and whippy. I mean, look at this. 90. I'm watching this bid ask 914, 927, 9499. Yeah, I mean, it's just all over the place. It actually dipped below 8 briefly. Let's see if SGE is being dragged up. Not yet, anyway. SGE is not being dragged up. You might be very happy there are no shorts, William. I mean, you might get lucky. You might, if there had been shorts, you may get lucky. But boy, oh boy, this has got to look now. But I'm holding out that SGE may follow. And again, only because it has exactly virtually the same structure, same number of shares issued, approximately, and projected open was going to be about 4. Okay, and it did. What did it get up to? Got up to 424 in the pre-market. Launched, I think, the same day or the day before, maybe the same day as CWE or CWD. Anyway, they're very very similar in structure. Peloton. Okay, Peloton. A little bit of a move higher. A little bit of forget it. 2 cents. Well, Boot. I mean that. Yeah, that's got a ton of room down now, William. Earnings play. Boot is an earnings play. Has a ton of room down. It's had a little bit of a lift. Let's see the low in the after hours yesterday was 61. Interesting. Got all the way down to 61. Had a little bit of a lift up to 67. But yeah, when you look at that weekly chart, I mean, that's basically where it got to in the after hours. 61.19 and the low is 60.47. So it almost got down to that low of the week, that weekly low. This was back in January. Wow, CWD guys. I'm telling you, keep an eye on SGE. Just keep an eye on SGE to see if it has any lift along with it. Yeah, this is obviously right now. This is the crazy one, CWD, the crazy one right now. What's the volume here? 198. Sorry for a CWD. So huge volume for WD, CWD right now. Huge volume, 1.8 million. And right now there's only 60,000 for the SGE. I'm hearing seat. The seat and earnings play. Seat is on the way down. Seat, SEAT. Bath and Body Works, BBWI continues its move down. Let's see if Real is right that has a fade and then maybe a move higher. Seat is a secondary, okay, at 8, so it's underneath that secondary price. Okay, it's not showing it here, but I'm assuming that you announces pricing. There we are, $8 a share. So Seat so below, wow, and it still has room underneath, but guys, keep an eye on this AMAM, okay? I mean, it's now above yesterday's high. It's had a great run on the weekly, and it's above yesterday's high again. Not very much volume. I get it. Not very much volume, but thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, listen, a minute to the open. I'll get rid of this now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I may make an exception on the SGE if it starts to run. Oh, we're open. You gave me a late alert there. All right. Let's see what happens here. Wow, look at CWD. We may be in store for a halt here. And there we go. There's your halt for CWD. Oh my goodness. You won't believe. Well, initially this was up at 29 something. Okay. So this is the halt for CWD at 11:37. And the halt, you can see that this is what it potentially where it could open if it's a 5-minute halt. But when I first saw it, it said 29. But even so, right now, 11:37 on the halt, 1373. But you see how this is flipping around. And again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, that's what I have to do. All right, guys, SGE. Okay, I've taken some of this. Okay, I've taken a huge amount of SGE. I want to see if it has a bit of a run in it, and I'll be watching it closely right now. I know I don't normally take trades early, but I got over four. I decided just in case it has a bit of a run as a sympathy play with the CWD. I'm not expecting like a CWD type run exactly, but an SDA just got halted. SDA got halted. Oh, this is one of those acquisition companies. Okay. I mean, this is highly speculative, of course, the SGE. I'm just waiting. And I have a pretty wide stop. It didn't take too many shares, so that's why I can kind of hold on for a bit. Bull. I haven't talked about Bull. Somebody asked me about Bull, BOWL. Bolero. Wow. Okay. Yeah. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it. Bolero is an earnings play. All right. GME. Okay. GME taking out an interesting area right now. WLGS, guys. WLGS is certainly still alive here. WLGS. Let's take a look at this CWD where it could still open. Not quite as dramatic now. 1212. UPST guys. UPST is showing up on my. Man, did that ever move? It's a little too early for me to take it, but UPST. That's on my 10-day daily breakout. Not an earnings play, I don't believe. start. Let's see, let's take a look at that weekly chart. Where could it go? Looks like the next high is around 24. Looks like the next high is 26.35 on the weekly chart for, yeah, looks like that. So this has got some room. This UPST has some room. And on the way down, NSTG. Okay, so ENVB, so that was the news for them. US patent application has been accepted, ENVB, and we have a halt now for ENVB. So I think Shady was in that one. Good for you. Look on the daily chart. Yeah, I might have some room to three. All right, let me just try something here, guys. I'm doing some testing of our charts in case you're wondering. Okay, so yeah, this is a long halt now for CWD. What time is it now? 9:30. So I'm sorry, the halt was at 9:30, 23 seconds after 9:30. Wow, NSTG, that really went down, guys. NanoString, is this an earnings play? I don't think it's an earnings play. Again, from my 10-day daily breakdown, just a little early for me to do it. Had it been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it, but NSTG, the alert was at 651, 618 right now. And UPST from 22.28, it did get up to 22.79. Again, just a little early for me to take these. FNGD for sure not good. Okay. Why are you sorry? Why should I be sorry? Oh, Canada. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, CWD just opened. CWD just opened, and it opened higher. It might halt again. It might halt again. No, just keeping my fingers crossed in the SGE. See if it can be. See if we can have any sort of a sympathy lift with CWD. It's basically, I'm in at 410, so I mean, it's just sort of hanging around that area for SGE. Why do you say FNGD is something to do with Canada? I thought it was an ETF of some sort, but I see FNGD. It's an ETF. So yeah, guys, I've bailed on the SGE right now. Okay, basically took a little loss on it. I may look at it again later on in case it gets say to the 420s or something. And the reason being, I'm just trying to follow CWD. And I think if CWD had exploded, it may have continued higher. But mm, no, I mean FNG F. I see it right here, 20-day low. FNGD is an ETF, Microsectors FANG Index. So I'm continuing to watch the SGE. Yesterday, CRVS guys. Yesterday, a big day yesterday for CRVS. Continuation so far. CRVS continuation. Oh man, NSTG continues to make new lows. Yeah, lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. I just not going to chase it now, but earnings play back here. William did okay on his Cisco. Yeah, look at this Cisco. This looks like it's going to go positive now. Earnings release after hours yesterday, big drop, a little bit more of a drop this morning. But look at this big recovery, and it looks like it's going to go positive. And that is Cisco SC, sorry, CS CO. for Cisco. SGE is tempting me again. Whoa, there it goes. The temptation. I got a little bit, not much. That spread is not good either. But let's see if it runs from here. I got a little bit. Meanwhile, Cisco looks like it's going to go positive. Well, ELT, sorry guys, so much is happening now. ELTK, I guess it was halted, resumed. All right, Palantir, PLTR. I know some of you follow this one. On the weekly chart, this has got a little bit of room. The high is 1145, 1078 right now. Had a nice, had a pretty good week last week, a continuation week for PLTR. Did ENVA come out of its halt? Yes, it did. ENVB came out of its halt. Nice little, not bad little pop. Again, probably a lot of resistance right around 3 for ENVB. Give me a moment, guys. Groupon, you're still around. So Groupon is still around, having a little bit of a move. The next high looking left is 421 for Groupon, GRPN. Remember this AI play, BFRG. So this is a little bit of action for BFRG, guys. Well, this seems like it still wants to kind of fade real, doesn't it? BBWI. What's the VWAP is 3712, so it's way below that. BBWI, the low down here is 3643 on that daily chart, on that, sorry, the candle, 15-minute candle, the previous one. Looking like it's trying to take it out. Alert right around here at 3640. See if it takes out the low again. The low again of that previous candle, 15-minute candle. See if it takes it out again. Okay, so CWD opened and opened lower. So I'm still kind of watching my SGE to see if it has any sort of a pop here. Okay, guys, BBWI is getting to me very interesting as a short, as Real is saying also. Just watching it at 3650. Oh, we've got two bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart. So, the sellers may be getting a little bit tired of shorting or is just taking profit or whatever they're doing. Just hanging in this area. I'd love to see this thing get into like the low 36. May not happen though. This might be a bounce area for BBWI. BBWI. I can see it get into the 3630s. There's a lot of room underneath still. All right, earnings play BEKE. So this looks like it. Wow, look at this collapse here. This was very positive at the beginning. Look at this, got up to 1749. Look at this collapse for BEKE. Wow. This is an earnings play. So I mean, again, China. Let's take a look at KWEB to see what's happening overall with China, KWEB. See if that's affecting it. Yeah. So something. Look at this. Look at the China ETF, guys. Basically, BEKE is following suit. All right. Well, BBWI looks like it wants to bounce here. but I'm just going to have some patience on it and see if it gets into that 3630 area. Oops. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm just experimenting here. Okay. All right, maybe. Come on, BBWI. Collapse. Yes. All right. I was just set to take that short of BBWI. Okay. Well, 50 will get me out. 50 will get me out. Not $50, of course, but 36.50 will get me out. Another halt here, guys. AULT halted. AULT halted. Or yeah, halted on the way up. AULT halted on the way up. Remember from yesterday, guys, APLD having another strong day, strong 3 days for APLD. This is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. It took a while yesterday, as I recall. It was popping around this, and then it just soared at the end of the day. Is this shortable for me? APLD. This is all right, guys. I'm out of the BBWI. A little bit of a loss on that one. But I had a very tight stop on that one, so that's why. No, that's why you have stops. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm again internal discussions at PLRX just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, BEKE may have some support right around 15. Okay, BEKE may have some support around 15 earnings play. However, I'd have KWeb up and running at the same time to see if KWeb stops moving down, because this is affecting virtually all the China stocks, in my opinion. Okay, never seen this one before. Erstat Biddle Properties Inc. UBA. Look at this, 100 relative volumes, 128 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float. Bolero, BOWL. Looks like the next low looking left is 1122 for Bolero, BOWL. I don't know what's affecting China stocks. I mean, there's always something affecting China stocks. All I was saying though is that if you're going to play a China stock, this is the ETF for China, KWEB, and you can just see it's tanking. So, but I don't know specifically what's happening with China and the US and all that right now. but it's certainly affecting virtually every China stock. So again, all I was saying is that if a China stock came up on your radar and you clicked on it and you wanted to buy it or short it, you probably at this point should have KWeb as a thumbnail chart just to keep an eye on what's happening overall with the China stocks. That's all. No, no, I don't know what specifically is happening in China. All I can say though is that probably all China stocks are going to look a little bit like this. If you can see when I say this, my 15-minute chart on KWeb, which is an ETF for China. I mean, I'm sure if I brought up BABA, it would look the same. Yeah, you see, I mean, it's hey guys. I have also bailed on the SGE. Okay, basically flat on where I got in that second time. The CWD is well, I said definitely affecting it, but it's not having the same. It's not dragging it up. So MLCO, isn't that a gaming stock? MLCO. Yeah, yeah, they're out of Macau or Hong Kong. So yes, bull continues down, guys. That was a nice one from our daily watch list, as I'm going to call it. Okay, guys, I want to take a look at how's this ELTK doing now? ELTK, yeah. So I had the big pop up to 568, pulled right back down to 514. The VWAP is at 508. So will the VWAP hold it? I mean, that's the question right now for ELTK. Will the VWAP hold it? Looks like it's trying to. Let me get the SPY chart up again, see if the SPY is, yeah. So KWeb and SPY are completely opposite. Look at the SPY and KWeb series of, well, actually, KWeb looks like this in the pre-market. But look at the SPY now. Big recovery. So the Dow is down a little, NAS is up a little, SPY is basically flat. Big area for bull right here, guys. Bull, big area. I think the next lows looking left are around that 11 mark. 1106 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for bull, BOWL, earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, and you can see why. This little area here is probably didn't trade very much. Boy, this is just guys, I mean, this is in jeopardy now. Okay, if it takes out 11, looks like there could be support around 11, but if it does take out 11, the next lows are down here around 10. That's on the weekly chart. VIRX is another strong one from yesterday. Strong continuation for VIRX today. Oh, I knew he would, Doris. Look at this market, guys. Oh man. So if you're in stocks that follow the market, I mean, your emotions are being played with because I mean, look at this 1 hour straight down, now an hour straight up. Well, Dole is an earnings play, guys. DOLE is an earnings play. Nice little pop here. Not a huge float either. 57 million in the float. Headquartered in Dublin. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Has to be a U.S. company. Did they go to Dublin during that time when a lot of U.S. stocks were going to Dublin? Ireland was attracting them for tax purposes. I think very few people are going to have shorts for CWB. Okay, CWD. Very few. It's too new. I mean, I'm not. If you have center point, maybe you've got shorts. Look at Goose. I mean, Goose had that big pop on earnings 23. Now right back down. Now it's on actually negative. Oh man. Not too many continuation on earnings plays, guys. Continuation meaning, the market opens. They don't have to have giant green candles moving up, but not too many good continuation on earnings plays. Take a look at EXFI. See what it is doing. EXFI. Well, it's got some room. This high right there on the daily chart is 670. So it's got a little bit of room. And if it can take out 670, look out. Is there news on this one? The oldest food cart pod in Portland gets new lease on life as Midtown Beer Garden. So that's your news for EXFI. Interesting. Okay. I have no idea, Hermes. No idea. LAZR guys, how much room does this have? Looking left on that week, 724. If it can get through 724, this is LAZR, ZR. Then the next highs are up here around 720. I'm sorry. The next high looking left is 724, and then after that, 772. So pretty big area for to try to take out is 724 for LAZR. A lot of volume, three and a half times normal volume right now. If there's any news on this one. Luminar Technology founder acquires 63% more stock. So he bought $8.9 million worth of stock at a price of 6. So he's happy. Of course, you can't really sell it right now, but that's your reason for LAZR to be moving. Big insider buy. All right, Canada Goose just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. Where could it keep going to? 1850 looks like the next low looking left. Eighteen 46 is the next low looking left for Canada Goose. GOOS on the daily chart. Talk about a collapse of from the highs in the pre-market, 23.45 down to 19. Look at this market. Hey guys, excuse me. Bull looks like 11 held. BOWL looks like 11 held. It's had a little bit of a bounce. And another halt. EQ. Oh, this is a halt on news. EQC is a halt on news. Okay. EQC is a halt on news. Canada Goose continues down. GOOS. There was your alert right there. 1898, 1881 now. And again, it has a little bit of room to that 1850 level. Canada Goose continues down. It pains me, but what happened here? Just give me a moment. Peter Smith, ENVB. Let's take a look at ENVB. Did it get close to 3? Yeah, no, it's through 3 now. Yeah, nice one by Shady early on the ENVB. They did have some news. take a look on the weekly chart to see where is some potential resistance. Looks like something around 310. So it popped through that whole number briefly. And actually, wow, it got up to 316. I think the next high was 310. But this market just crazy action. I read something about Netflix this morning saying that they're very happy with their tier. Oops, not the NFL. Yeah, there we go. Very happy with that tier, the ad-based tier. There we go. Yeah, I know I read this morning, trading higher following a report suggesting the company said its ad-supported tier has nearly 5 million global monthly active users. Okay, so that was the news for Netflix this morning. And another giant green candle for the SPY. Let's take a look at KWEB, see if there's any bounce in KWEB. Not yet. Not really. I mean, you have some bottoming tails there, but not yet. China is still weak. Well, a big area for the SPY. You can kind of see that 420 area. Oh man. Okay, getting close, guys. Getting close to that 1846 area. Okay. Getting closer and closer to that 1846 area. Now let's take a look at the 10-day daily breakout and see what happened from the original alerts. Okay, this is so here's UPST at 9:31 early. The alert was at 22:28. Okay, so 22:28, and before it pulled back, got up to 22:83. So here's the UBA. Oh, so UBA had news, I think. Was that the one that was halted because of news? No, it was halted earlier. Look at, never seen this one before. Erstad Biddle Properties. We know the ANVB did very well from the 256 alert at 9:47. We know that. See what Alim did. ALIM was pretty strong in the pre-market. Yeah, not really much. So this is the one I'm confused about. I keep thinking this should be a US company, but Dole, it's an earnings play, now starting to fade. Now this UBA, 2035 on the alert. Let's take a, I don't know, I would watch this for a while just to see. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 2073 for UBA. The guys, goose is getting closer and closer. So if you took this short, just be aware of that 1846 right around here, around 1850, getting closer and closer. Closer and closer to a potential area of support. If it takes that out, then you've got down here on 1825. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at this over and over and over again. There's the alert, 1898, 1857 now. And I'm sharing this one. I am sharing this scan. I'm sharing these scans. Most of the thing, well, everything you see, I'm sharing. I'm going to get into that in a bit. Okay, moment of truth. Moment of truth for the goose. Right at 1850 now. 1848, 1848 right now. This teaspoon has been active. TSP. I know it's not teaspoon, but teaspoon or TSP. Let's take a look left. What the next highs are. It looks like 218 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for TSP. What's the float? Big float, 137 million in the float. All right, guys, 11, not 11, 10:29 right now. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about my homepage, but before I do that, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3:30. I talk, excuse me, on the mic and sharing my screen. And we do have a test drive, what we call a test drive coming up. I'm going to put the link in or explain what the test drive is all about. Okay, so when you click on this test drive link, meanwhile, look at this market. I know I keep saying that, but look at this market. All right, so the test drive. So it starts on, just like it says, it runs from June the 5th through the 20th inclusive. Okay, that is 10 trading days. It ends on a Tuesday, but the Monday is a holiday. So you're getting 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. Okay, if you're wanting to take this because you want to test your hand at auto trading, there is no auto trading. Okay, but everything else is just as if you're a full premium subscriber. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So please don't harass our poor support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" Okay, you will not get live data until the 5th, the Monday, June the 5th. You'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, which is I think June 2nd. Okay, then you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday and of course Saturday and Sunday. And I'll give you a link that I think what you should do, where you should go to just get somewhat acclimatized to what the program is all about. Important when the test drive is open, oh, so sorry, over, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? When the test drive is over, sure, there'll be a nice promo code that you can take advantage of if you want to take out a subscription, but you will not be put into a subscription. Okay, so we only do this now. We used to do this 4 times a year, but we're not, the frequency is not as great. I think the last one we had was in January, so it's almost 6 months ago. So if you want to try us out, again, it'll cost you $11.11. That basically covers the exchange fees. Moment. Okay, just give me one moment. So it looks like that 1850 kind of held with the Goose guys for a while anyway. Good stuff, Steve. Meanwhile, man, oh man, you talk about a producer. I mean, not every alert you're going to get in this 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. Remember, these are ideas. But boy, oh boy, look at this APLD at 727. The alert was at 946. Look at it now, 780. You can see why. I've said this before and I'll continue to say it. If I could only have one scan for the upside and one scan for the downside, this is what I would only look at. Not every day is it going to be fantastic, but boy, I mean, and it gives you very few stocks to concentrate on. The filters that I've got in here, I'm going to go over this in a little bit, but the filters I have in here are pretty tough. Tough meaning it's going to take a bit for a stock to show up here to meet all the filter requirements. Oops. Oh, where are you? There you are. All right, I put my homepage link in. I'm going to go over this briefly. Okay. Let me just get rid of all these bookmarks. Okay, so you click on my link. First of all, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait for the test drive. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. Uh, Now, if you're going to take the test drive, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the get started. You don't have to worry about the download and install right now, but what I would do is look at the intro to scans, top lists, Stop lists and alert windows and introduction to charts. Okay. And that'll get you going. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a great little course, Trading 101. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, there's about 30 videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course, but I would encourage you, especially if you're new to trading. I do a daily stock of the day. I do a daily stock of the day video, sort of redundant. You can sign up for it here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week, which did not work this week, but it is free. You can sign up for it right here. But an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting them, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Education, again, if you're going to take this test drive, I would click on the education link, go to the user guide. Now, you don't have to learn everything, of course, but again, as you're getting started, this is a little more in detail about what alert windows are all about, the top list windows, and about the stock racing, which I'll go over. Okay. The other thing I would look at is how to create a price alert on a chart. Very simple to do. And I think it's an underutilized feature we've got. I mean, we didn't invent price alerts or anything like that, but I think if you're not using price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice. Put a price alert on a chart, and then forget about it. If it hits, it hits, and then you can click on the alert and see what's happening. Getting started. Again, I know we're hammering this home. It's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Excuse me. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in also, so you can head over there. And last, but I don't think least, you want my scans. Here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, again, you'll scroll down, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, and again, here are the 10-day daily breakouts. Now, what I've done is, this is the doc version. You can see how they all move around. But what I've done here, these are the individual scans. And the reason I do that, not everybody wants to short necessarily. Maybe you want to see it over and over again. You can see APLD right here. In this version, it's only going to show you the very first time we get the alert. And then in this version, it'll repeat it every single time it keeps making a new high. So it's up to you to choose how you want it to be presented. So that's why I sort of didn't create the doc version of this. The single stock window, as I like to see things, is over here. This is the race that you see. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open. This is the race right there that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This gives me an idea about once the market opens, what might start to move, either up or down. Pulse resumes is right here, super active. And here is the docked momentum up or down. This is you notice I've got something called Momo here. So the momentum scan is basically this, okay, in a slightly different presentation style. Again, you will see the symbol over and over and over again in this one. But if you like this presentation where you do see the symbol when it makes a new high, you just don't see it over and over again in a list, kind of like this. See how you see it over and over again in the list, where you only see it the first time in this one. Here, you will see the symbol every time it makes a new high. It's just you won't see it constantly. But every time a symbol makes a wow, look at that ENVB as an example, 407. So what is it at right now? So I mean, if it happens to get up to past 407 later on in the day, you'll see it. You'll see the time it happened. Okay. Now, if you don't want to short, then all you have to do is X out the momentum down. Okay, that's all you have to do. Exit out. Look at Goose now. So that 1850 held it for a bit. No more. Okay. Now, if this all seems confusing to you, remember we are here, I'm here between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. You can ask me questions. We have that session between 12 and 1 when one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So, don't feel you have to, and after, if you take the test drive, don't feel you're going to be an expert of trade ideas in 10 days. But hopefully it'll give you a feel for what we're all about. You can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. And we are also sharing a lot of scans here. I click on new and then click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. So if I click on the show more down here, this is the momentum channel. And this is what I was alluding to earlier. This scan right there called, once you'll see it, called momentum, is basically that Momo scan that I have. Okay. But so if you just want a pure momentum scan, this is for you. LYTS. You can see it just showed up. Happened at 10:39. So how we differentiate ourselves from a lot of programs out there. There are many screeners out there. Okay. Now we of course have screening capability, and the screening capability is this. If you right click on any one of the alert windows or top list windows that we've created for you, or the ones that I'm sharing, and then you right click and click on configure, and then click on summary. So again, many screeners out there. This is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, excuse me, this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares minimum. Now here's the momentum aspect: 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute, 400 in the last 5 minutes. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So since I loaded this scan, no other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. There we go. Lab just did it. Okay, LAB just did it. That's a real-time alert. Okay. Well, that's what we are. We're a scanner. Of course, we have screening capabilities, but I think where we really shine is the real-time alert aspect. If that's what you're looking for, then we've got it for you. Now, you could take my scans, you can take any one of these scans, and I'm not going to go in any great detail, but if you didn't like this price range, you could change it. Maybe you want between 10 and 100. Maybe you want a higher volume. Maybe you want something else. When you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you add a filter that you've seen. Maybe add it, maybe take one out that you don't like. Okay. But right now, you can start using these as we have them, and then, you can adjust them later. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So now instead of right click, configure again, but instead of clicking on the summary, I click on search. So don't get hung up on how many these are all real-time alerts right at the top, the new high and the new low. Okay. And we have a lot of real-time alerts. Because maybe instead of new high for the day, maybe you wanted to see a stock when it made a new 5-minute high, as an example. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. And then when we come to these icons here, these are the filter icons. Okay. The screening icons, if you will. Now, why do we have so many? Well, when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create many alerts, real-time alerts, and many filters, so that the majority, the thousands of customers we have, and all sorts of different trading styles, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many you have. I mean, it's a common question. How am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. I don't know them all. Okay. Meanwhile, the goose, wow. And so, again, if you've got questions, don't be shy. Trade Ideas works with any broker. Okay, I'll just say that flat out. Yes, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. Okay, but we work with every broker. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. Just one moment, please. Yeah, the goose is cooked. I mean, it had a stall, a little bit of a stall at that 1850 mark, but man, oh man. I mean, if I had any bias, and I know Real talked about it also, but if I had any bias, these stocks that release earnings and they have the big gap up in the pre-market, my bias is to short them. I'm not seeing too many stocks. I'm not saying there's not one, but I'm not seeing too many stocks that release earnings or have some big positive news and they pop up in the pre-market. And I'm not talking about the little crazy ones. I'm talking about stocks that people know. Canada Goose is pretty pretty well known. BBWI pretty well known. But my bias is just to fade them. Again, I'm not seeing too many. Like for instance, the Goose pre-market, nice move. Market opens, and a gentle move up. Not seeing too many like that. You mentioned Boot. I haven't looked at Boot for a bit. Here's your news. I mean, this is an earnings story for Canada Goose. Expects a 6% wholesale revenue decline as we focus on expanding. So I guess that's the reason. So initially, I mean, look at the pop for Canada Goose in the pre-market. I don't know when this came out. I mean, I'm seeing this in Interactive Brokers at 9:28, just before the market opened. Okay, or there it is at 9:28. Not sure if this came out earlier. Maybe not. So putting a really, kind of a dampening effect on the initial positive reaction, and then he comes out with this. I guess that's the reason. Now, to be fair, BBWI, there's the VWAP. So it held the VWAP. Well, I shouldn't say it. It did not hold the VWAP, but it pushed through the VWAP, and now it looks like it wants to move higher. So I mean, this is a decent earnings play. Pretty not like Canada Goose that went from a huge positive to a big negative. So I mean, it's still up 10%. All right, this could be a sneaky one, guys. This UBA, it could be a sneaky one. Um, showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. 2035 was the alert. It's just a little bit below it. And the reason, hey, it could be sneaky. The next high is 2073. So, 50 cents away. It's not a big float either. 28 million in the float. So if you get some volume to come in, last time we looked, the relative volume was 100. So the volume is starting to, drop. It's only 72 now. Well, guys, here's another one. Forgot to keep watching this one. FUTU had a couple of, well, of course, it's China too, so that didn't hurt it. I mean, the fact when I say hurt it, I mean it's dropping because of overall China, but this had a couple of why do I have TCJH coming up? This had a couple of downgrades. Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan this morning downgraded FUTU. When we looked at it in the pre-market, it really hadn't moved, but obviously this is just being affected by the entire China market is being moved down. Now, why do I have TCJH? That's why. Taking out that high right there, 620. No, that can't be it. What's the high here? Yeah, 912. So this was, I guess, some kind of an IPO. China, though, but it doesn't care. It's not following the overall China market. So KOPN. Yeah, so to me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance around that 170 mark. What's the float? 100 million in the float. So it's not like a low float that could, easily power through that. It's all to do with Taiwan. Okay. Madison Square Garden, MSGE. Is that Madison? That's Madison Square Garden, right? Oops. This is an earnings play. Wow, this is an earnings play. Now, I don't remember what happened here. Was this some kind of a dividend? I miss, because it looks like this is a huge gap down, but I don't believe that really happened. In terms of like a big sell-off, I think this might have been a kind of a dividend. This is another earnings play. Grab is an earnings play also. Out of where? Singapore? Yeah, Grab is an earnings play out of Singapore. And now to me, looks like it could be coming into some support around 275-ish, 270 to 275, so it's not that far away. It's a huge float, 1.7 billion in the float. Also, JP Morgan real. Both Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan downgraded FUTU in the pre. We saw that in the pre-market. Uber. Let's take a look at Uber. Real is talking about Uber. I mean, the low yesterday. This is it's an earnings play. Didn't see Uber. No, you know why? Look at Uber in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything. Once the market opened, it just ripped. So the low of the day is 37.87, way down here. How's Lyft doing? OYFT? Oh my goodness. So Lyft is also an earnings play, yeah, pre-market. So Lyft is also an earnings play. It's getting battered though, really. I mean, it's compared to Uber. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Steve today in our YouTube room. Should be, but sometimes he and Andy switch. Oh, Goose is testing 18 again. It had a little move up, and now it's testing 18 again. GOOS. Wow. That's why, guys. I mean, I'm tugged in a lot of different directions. And but look at the UPST. I mean, 931, 2228. Okay, it popped up, pulled back, held the VWAP, and now moving. As an example. Okay, so focusing on just on a few stocks. I mean, that is just. I wish I had been able to follow that a little bit more closely. Let me back this weekly chart out to see where it could stall. 20, is that right? Yeah, that's right. We saw this earlier. I mean, 26.35 is the next high, I think. Yeah, 26.35 is the next high for UPST on the weekly chart. Okay, so this is an earnings play that actually did kind of work, if you will. I mean, it gapped up, not much, excuse me, not much action in the pre-market, gapped up, but it is one of the few that I've seen anyway that has not had a big pullback. You guys are talking about it. All right, let's see if ENVB holds. Well, the VWAP is quite a bit lower there, around 327 though is the 200-day moving average. So let's see if it holds the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, the market almost nonstop from 9 o'clock, almost 1, 2. So 9 o'clock, what time is it now? 11, almost nonstop, 2 hours straight up. Just had a little red bar there. Well, seeing as how this ENVB has won a bunch of races today, let me go over what the races are and why I think it's a good place for somebody who's new to trading. I talk about this one. I'm not saying these are easy to trade, but I talk about this one because it only gives a few alerts. Okay. So instead of being, clicking like mad on symbols all day long and really almost getting nothing done, you have something to focus on. And it's the same thing with the races. So every race starts off from a top list window. Okay, let me show you. I right click, open the top list, and all this is in the guide. Okay, it's called, if you go to the guide, it's called TI Stock Races. Everything I'm going to talk about is in the guide. So before we had races, the use of a top list window would be if you, for instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close, now meeting some filter requirements, of course. So if I right click in this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks have to be between $1 and $50, minimum volume 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if these filter values are met, then a stock will make it into this list. So excuse me, I can sort down on any header that I've got. So this C percent means the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click rapidly, I can see right now that ENVB right at the top, 116% from yesterday's close, ELTK 28, etc. Okay. I want to see the change from the open. In other words, the first print of the day, what did it do from there? First trade of the day, what did it do from there? Same thing, ENVB, top of the list. So again, might be nice to see this, but how are you going to use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. So for instance, well, let me let this race finish. And you can see right off the top here that HSAI is leading this race. It has moved 3%, 3.18% since the race started almost 4 minutes ago. Okay. And once this race is over, it's probably going to win it. And so it won the race. And so you see the last winner will be at the top here. Now, had HSAI won other races today, maybe if it won 2 or 3 races, you would have seen it in this list. Now, let me explain that. So, again, as I said before, it might be nice to see a list like that, but how are you going to use it to trade? For instance, what if GSIT? GSIT is up 9% from its opening trade. But what if all of a sudden GSC started to really move? Instead of being 9%, now it's 10%, now it's 15%, now it's 20%. Pretty tough to see that, when you're trying to stare at a whole list of stocks. But that's where the race comes in. When the race starts, the stock that has moved the most since the race started, percentage-wise, will be at the top of the list. So you might say, well, wait a minute, ENVB, it's up 1.4%. Well, what happened is you can see there's a little bottoming tail there. And so, yeah, it moved. I mean, it's obviously the trend right now is down, but when this race started, it was trying to have a little bit of a pop. So in this fashion, you can start looking for stocks. They're not all going to be at the high of the day at the top of this list, but you can start seeing stocks that have pulled back and then are starting to move, if that is your trading style. Speaking of which, guys, take a look at WLGS. WLGS. This is not on the races. I don't think it's on the races. But I have that thumbnailed, and that was a big mover in the pre-market. Give me a moment. And it was starting to drift down, and I sort of thought, okay, I guess that's the end of that. Give me a moment. Okay, so why it's not on here, I think. No, that's not the reason. Well, there's some reason that's blocking it from being here. I wonder if it's because I don't have any float data or something. Because my price range is 1 to 50. Certainly the volume is sufficient. At any rate, keep an eye on this WLGS, maybe later on in the day. Take a look to see what sort of float this has. What is 3 million? So it looks like the float is 3 million. Okay, so it's obviously very low float. It might be because it's too new. I don't know. There's got to be some reason why it's being blocked. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. So as I said, every race starts off from a top list. So of course you can construct your own top list window with your own set of parameters. Maybe you want a different price range, maybe you want different volume, but you can create a top list window. And once you do, then you launch the real-time race. And then within that, when you launch it, then you can pick how long you want the race to go. You can pick, I mean, what I'm doing here is I want to see the biggest gainers from from when the race started, and that's on a percentage basis. But you may want to see things that are moving the most volume wise. What are the biggest volume gainers over the 4 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes or how, whatever time duration you want your race. Okay. So it's up to you. I like to see the stocks that have moved the most percentage wise when the race starts. That's all. And you can also construct a race based on stocks you like to follow. You might have a symbol list. We call them symbol lists, a watch list. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow. And there's a way in which then you create a top list. You attach that symbol list to the top list, and then you'll run the race just based on those stocks. Okay. But all of this is in the guide. And what's really nice about it is that over the course of the day, you have a top 10 list created automatically for you. And it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Number one position, of course, is ENVB at 10. But you might look at this one, take a look at when a stock has won a race is in this list, click on it, see what it's doing right now. So you might look at this VIRX and say, wow, okay, this is holding the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the high of the day, we'll put a price alert there. And if it takes out the high of the day, maybe it starts another run. So that's why I'm saying you can click on these alerts. This HSAI obviously has just won 2 races in a row. Okay, and you might look at this and go, I don't want to chase it right now, but maybe if it pulls back to maybe a moving average that you like. I mean, if it have to be a pretty big pullback to get back to the VWAP, and maybe that's going to be your style of trading. You don't want to chase things. I don't chase things. I mean, I like to see stocks near the highs of the day, but I'm not going to take stocks at 10 5-minute candles straight up. What I like to see are stocks that maybe, yeah, they're near the high of the day, but maybe basing around the high of the day and then popping through. But that's my style. It doesn't have to be your style. Your style could be, well, I'd rather see a pullback to a certain level. And that's why it's so important, to develop your own style of trading. Get comfortable. And you can use our simulator to practice trading. This is this window we call B plus, Brokerage Plus, and you can practice trading. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Okay. So this window called Brokerage Plus is, first of all, it's only available, and the races right now are only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. So to load this Brokerage Plus window, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And you may have different columns, okay, but there are a lot of different columns that you can use. But this is what I like to see. It'll say not connected. Now, if you cannot see this box that says not connected, it's probably because, see if I can do this without screwing things up. There we go. It may look like this, okay? And all you have to do is grab the right-hand corner and pull it, okay? And you have to see the send. You have to see that send. So it says not connected. So all you do is you click on sim for simulation, paper trading. It'll change to account. Click on account, and now click on simulated trading default. Okay. And then if you want to take a trade, so let's take a look at ENVB. So ENVB. So when I clicked on it, the symbol shows up. There's a quantity. I can, this is a drop down, but of course I can pick the exact number of shares I want to trade. Here's the bid ask. So if I want to buy it right now, I could go in at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread. So let's just do it. I mean, I just want to show you how you can do it. And let's take I don't know, 300 shares. We'll go in at the market. You click buy and then send. Okay, so now you're in the trade. Now you can practice. See, that's how you can practice trading. And if you don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then you can. That's how you can practice swing trading. And if I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it and I flatten it. It gets me out of the trade, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. I haven't talked about money management at all this week. So let me just do a quickly talk about it. I'm going to flatten this trade. I want to get out of it because I want to take it again and show you a little bit about money management. So first of all, if you're new to trading, do not start trading, okay, with a live account. You must practice trading before it. And people say, well, how long is that going to take? I have no idea. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? I'm going to take this trade again because it's relatively cheap. I'm going to take this trade again. I'm going to buy 500 shares this time. Okay, I'm going to go in again at the market. So I'm back in the trade. Okay, 500 shares. The entry was 326. I'm going to put an alert here. I'm going to put a stop at 306, and I will explain why. Now, unfortunately, you can't see it on this chart, but you'll see. I'll show you. I'll show you the trade ideas charts. Again, I'm experimenting with this, not because I want to use these charts, but we're trying to figure out why my charts are so slow. Okay, so I'm just trying to doing some stuff for the developers. Anyway, there's the stop. You can see that red line. It says minus 97.50, approximately minus 100. So first of all, the way I trade is that I will have a checklist of things that must happen before I'll take the trade. And now it doesn't matter what my checklist is. A lot of things are already covered in the scans that I create. In other words, I'm always going to see a stock in the price range I like, minimum volume that I want, maybe a minimum relative volume that I want, etc. So a lot of things are already covered. And then I click on the alert, and then that's when I start looking to see, do I want to take the trade? When I look left, is there room? All that sort of stuff. But that's my style of trading. So, in my opinion, you should have some kind of a checklist. You should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Try to be selective. Now, that does not mean to have 100 things that have to happen before you take a trade. Otherwise, of course, you'll never trade. So let's just say, okay, you look at the trade and or you look at the symbol, click on it, looks good, you take the trade. But unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So you should have, in my opinion, a stop. The stop is, where are you going to get out of this trade if it's not working? Okay. So I put this stop 20 cents away on purpose. There was the alert at I got in at 326. I put the stop at 306 on purpose. And now the trick right now, of course, is people might say, well, okay, that sounds good, but where am I supposed to put my stop? If I were starting out, I would probably do something like this, because the way I trade is I kind of size up what I see on a chart. And if I see what I consider maybe a support area, where there's a lot of action at a certain price, and if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, something that's how I trade. But sometimes it's not the easiest thing to determine where support and resistance is. My idea of support and resistance may be completely different from If I pull 10 other people in the room, they might say, well, I don't agree with that, and that's fine. So if you took the low of the previous 5 minute candle as an example, that is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what that number is. So maybe practice doing that. The low of the previous 5 minute candle. Use that as your stop. So let's assume you do all that. You place your stop. Now the next step is, okay, how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade if it goes wrong? Okay. In other words, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to risk? By risk, I mean, how much are you willing to lose? So hopefully this makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like risk. I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade, and that's why I put the stop at 306. Not because that's where if I've been in this trade for real, where I would put the stop. I wanted to make the math easy. My entry is at 326. My stop is at 306. That's 20 cents away. If I'm going to risk $100 a trade, then that share sizes me. That's why I took 500 shares. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's all going to be based on what my risk amount is, and then the difference between my entry and my stop. I know this sounds a little confusing, but you do it a few times. That's why you got to practice. So the difference here is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So that's why I took 500. If my stop had been 10 cents away, I could have taken 1,000 shares, risking $100. A thousand shares times 10 cents loss is $100, right? 500 shares times a 20-cent loss, $100. The other thing I do is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. Well, that's all well and good. Now, the next big step is to obey your stop. First of all, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Okay, there's no motion in the simulator. It's easy to get in and out. Okay, if I take a loss, so that's just paper money, right? But if you cannot make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to make money trading a live account. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money in a live account. You've got other factors. Probably the biggest factor. I mean, yeah, there's things called slippage and maybe commissions if you have to pay commissions, but the biggest factor probably is discipline. It's all well and good to say, to obey your stop when it's not real money, but this is what is going to happen. I almost guarantee it. Is that you start to trade and you put your stop in, you're all excited, you take that first few trades, and there's even good news about the stock. Okay, news is not one reason why I take a trade. It's maybe a bonus, but it's not a reason. So everything looks good, the room is talking about it, all looks good, the market's ripping higher, and then for whatever reason your stock isn't, and it starts to drift down towards your stop price, and you think, you know what, that's crazy, it's got to work. So you don't obey your stop. And so that $100 loss turns into two, three, four, five, $6,000 before you finally, you know, get out of the trade and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. It's going to happen. Hopefully not, as severe a loss like that, but that wipes out your account. But I almost guarantee you're going to second guess. Maybe my stop was too tight. It's got to work. You've got to check your ego, when you trade. Now, and people who've been in the room for a while know exactly what I'm going to say next. Almost as bad is you don't obey your stop, you're down two, three, $400, and then it does turn around for you, and then you're up two, three, four, $500, and you say, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, of course it can. But in my opinion, in my experience, if you want to do this, I don't necessarily mean for a living, but well, you can do it for a living, of course, if that's your goal. But if you're just trying to make some money on the side, you've got a job and you want to make money on the side, you've got to have good money management, you know, and don't allow your ego to get the best of you. Okay, that's it, guys. So practice trading. The other thing you can do, this is why I like to see this max P&L column, today P&L, total P&L, distance from the exit price, etc. And I'll show you why. Maybe I'll get out of this trade. The max P&L is telling me is if I was able to get out of the trade right at the very top, that's what I would have made. Okay. Now, disregard the today P&L because we had that other little trade there. But so the max P&L, it's too bad we have that other trade there, but the max P&L is telling me that I could have made $75 on that trade if I had got out right at the high. I want to get out of this trade because I want to show you something. I'm going to flatten the trade now, not because I should. Now look at the distance from the exit price. This is going to tell me, well, how good are my exits? Because if I went long a stock, in other words, buying it, I hope it goes up. What I want to see now from that distance from exit price is a nice big negative number. Then I can say to myself, woof, okay, I got out at a pretty good price because look at it now. I mean, it's only 4 cents below the exit price. But what if it, turns into 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents? You can say to yourself, okay, this is a good, so for me, it's a good gauge. How good are my exits? Okay. And you can take a look at the max P&L also and compare it to the total. I know this is a little bit screwy because I got was in this trade a little earlier, but for instance, if you were in a trade and your max P&L on the trade was $500 and then you allowed it to get only down to 57, you're not you got to manage your trades a lot better, or even worse, allowing it to turn into a negative. Now nobody is saying that you're going to get out at the absolute top penny, wherever it went to. But it's a good gauge, though. How good are your exits? And let's see. Yeah, I just confirmed. So it's Steve. It is Steve today in our YouTube room. So in about half an hour, I say I'll take a break, and Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube links in to the main room. It appears that the China stocks are still weak. Let's take a look at KWeb again. See what is happening with KWeb. Yeah, well, they sort of found a bit of a base, maybe. We have another halt here. Whoa. Well, so while I was doing my talking here, so this MGRM, so I guess it got halted at 10:15. It did pop all the way up to 1380 or so. This is an IPO, I guess. This is trading today as MGRM. So Casa or one of you guys, I don't see it as an IPO. Something's a little bit screwy with my headlines in Interactive Brokers. So let me just see if that shows up now as an IPO. Come on. And conversely, of course, when the distance from the exit price is a big positive number, you can start to say to yourself, I guess I got out too soon. Okay. And obviously, I mean, I wouldn't, if I were in this trade, I wouldn't have got out, but I'm just trying to demonstrate, the different columns and how you can use them. And so Is this an IPO? MGRM. Or is it a new symbol? Just like a change of symbol or something? I just can't tell. So I'll just go to my IPO website and take a look to see if this was an IPO. So I don't see it as an IPO. It doesn't mean, but this website I use for IPOs is not necessarily 100% has every single IPO. So can somebody confirm what is going on with MGRM? Maybe in our news has it. We have no news on it. Hmm. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to forget about it. I don't know what this is really. MGRM. But this is what I'll do. I'll put an alert at the high of the day, which is around 1384, and see if it gets taken out later on. It is an IPO. Where is it? Can you tell me where it's out of? Is it out of China or thank you, HE? Because when I went to my when I went to my IPO calendar, it wasn't there. So, and Interactive Brokers headline doesn't show it as an IPO either. Austin, Texas. Okay, so it is a too bad. It's always more exciting if it's a China IPO. Thank you, HE. Gonna call you Helium. So, guys, ZTO is still positive for the day, but it is now, at the beginning, this is a China stock, and it was sort of trading on its own. Remember what all most of the China stocks were doing, but this is, obviously it was pretty strong, but it is starting to give it up now. ZTO. Take a look at BEKE to see if it recovered at all. I think yeah, that level down here, or I suggested it might hold. It looks like it did hold at 1480 level so far, anyway. I mean, this was a big earnings play. I mean, look at this. I mean, a big pop up in the pre market, looked good, but then it just collapsed with the rest of the China stocks. That's what makes the other one interesting because it did not collapse. The other one meaning ZTO, but is obviously weakening now. Wow, look at this big move up here, 931, came right back down. TCJH. Okay, Latch. Keep an eye on LTCH. This is starting to move here, guys. Latch under a dollar earlier on, over a dollar now. And let's see, where could it go? What's the float? Actually, it's a big float, 102 million in the float. It's not an earnings play. Earnings are next month. But LTCH, and back this weekly chart out, and let's start to look at where the next highs are. Looks like 127 and then 131. So a little bit of room. Excuse me, but some volume came in. Volume came into LTCH. And that's why, stocks that appear here is because they had volume bursts. And typically, you get a volume burst. I would say that at least 90% of the time, if not higher, you'll get an associated price burst, price pop. Well, it'll be interesting to see if ENVB. So the high of the day was at 1035 at 407. Okay. And so if it gets up to 408, you'll see another new high for ENVP. You'll see it at the top of the list. Oh man, the ZTO continued down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, look at this one, guys. FYBR. FYBR. This is not an earnings play, May the 5th. So I had earnings, I guess, last Friday. FYBR. This is an all-time low. FYBR, all-time low. You can see right there the position of the lifetime range. So this is an all-time low for FYBR. My feeling is if it takes out 17, this could really start to move down again. The VWAP is at 1730, so it's underneath the VWAP. There was the earnings reaction right there. That's that big. So, kind of hanging around that 21, 22 mark. Earnings came out, moved down, and since earnings came out, it's been, had a little bit of a base around the 18 mark, but it's starting to move down again, starting to move down again. Look at this AVTX. I mean, AVTX, I don't have any single stock data on it. Okay. So 10 million in the float, 10 million in the float. Don't see any specific news on it. So I had earnings on the 4th. Back here, don't think it really mattered that much. I mean, a lot of these little bios, earnings don't really matter at all. All right, let's take a look at this ENVB a little more closely. Where could it keep going to? Okay, well, I mean, it has a it has a shot, I guess, to the $5 level. I'm not saying it's getting there from 370, but when you look left, if it gets back up to the highs here, it still has room to 5. The highs meaning a little over $4, 413 or so. So this could be one of those late day ones. If we get some volume coming in later in the day and it pushes it through the highs, and then look left on that weekly chart, 508 is the next high. And with that float, anything can happen. I mean, this news, bagging notice of allowance, the U.S. Patent Office for lead candidate. So I thought it was just a matter of, okay, hey, we'll allow you to submit a patent. We're not necessarily going to approve it. I kind of discounted that news as being a big deal, but obviously it was a bigger deal. What does a great uptrend look like? TER. That's what Real says. Yep. Not an earnings play, but this is a great uptrend. Absolutely. From didn't do anything in the pre-market, no trading in the pre-market, which is really strange because no, okay, wait a minute. Did some damage right at 4 o'clock. That's when the market opened. A little bit of damage, but look at the volume. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. TER is not up there. It's just give me a moment. All right, here we go. The huge float, and only 738,000 shares have traded to move this up 4%. And with a huge float, it's up The relative volume is 2.2. What does that mean? It means it's trading at least 2.2 times normal up to this time of day. So this to me could be ripe for a short. I mean, I'm looking at this. I mean, that 100 might be really, really tough to get through. Pretty big psychological number. So the high is 100.69 and 99.47. Those are two highs looking left on the daily chart. I mean, to me, 100 would be psychologically pretty tough to get through, perhaps. What's happening with GFAI? I don't know. Let's take a look. I mean, it's one of those AI plays got hammered down on their financing, I guess. And I don't think you're going to find any news on it. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to load a new news window for me in Interactive Brokers. There we go. Latch guys, LTCH. Just mentioned that one a little bit ago. Okay, so after hours yesterday, they announced the closing of that financing. Okay, I mean that was GFAI yesterday. So after hours, they announced the closing of it. No big reaction. That little uh, whatever color that is the after hours. But remember, this got absolutely crushed on their financing. For some reason, they couldn't take advantage of doing a financing at a much higher price. Um, ENVB new highs? I don't see that. Oh, briefly. Wow. That was briefly hit a new high there, guy, and then it pulled right back down. Yeah, that's a massive rug pull. Oof. So again, it says they will get a US patent. And of course, this is magic mushrooms. They say they will get. Maybe I just read that wrong. I just thought they accepted. Okay, we'll allow you to submit a patent application, but whether we approve it or not is okay. Well, I should pass that on to people with trade ideas. Well, you hear me say this all the time. I mean, you get that low float, 1.86 million in the float, huge. I mean, very, very low float. Look at the volume, 78 million. I mean, this is traded the float, I don't know, 30, maybe 40 times. Okay. Divide 1.86 into 78, but it's a huge float turnover. But this is what can happen also. Okay. So it's wonderful when it's moving higher, but then all of a sudden, the buying just has to sort of drop for a bit. And then people say, okay, I guess it's time for me to sell. And then the next person says, I guess it's time for me to sell. And then it just becomes a huge wave of selling for a while anyway. So that's why you cannot wander away. Imagine if you'd wandered away from your computer, you say, all right, I want to take this trade. It broke the high of the day, 422, run downstairs, make a sandwich, come right back up. Even if you had turned your head for 10 seconds, this happened. So you've got to be very, very careful. And yeah, you can say, well, I'll put a stop in. That probably would have blown through your stop. So, depending how many shares you had, you may not have been able to get out. And let's just say you had 5,000 shares of this, maybe you would have only got out of 1,000 of them or 500 of them. There's no way of completely knowing, but that's why you got to be very, very, very careful. Yeah, if that happened to you, you'll never. That's a good weight loss program, because that'll be every time you took a sandwich, you would think, oh my gosh, look at all the money I lost when I last took a sandwich. So I guess I won't do that anymore. Okay, guys, close to 12 o'clock Eastern. So what I'm going to do now is, excuse me, put the YouTube link in, and Steve will be there probably in about 5 minutes or so. All right. So I put the YouTube link in. I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up in about 5 minutes or so. All right. So again, you might look at this, the ENVB. Will it hold the VWAP? 327 is the VWAP. Or sorry, that's the 200-day moving average. And the VWAP is just slightly underneath that, 315. So two very important levels for this ENVB to try to hold. Okay, here's another one, guys. INOD. Another one, meaning another one showing up here on the momentum up. INOD, let's see, 24 million in the float, so not a big float. Boy, look at latch. I did not take it. I did not take the latch, but LTCH, I thought maybe this would be too much resistance to get through, but again, I am proven wrong. Some of these, but the float is so big. I got to check that, make sure that that is the correct float, because that's a big move. Another 36% with that float is a big move. So let me just do a quick search with another website and just see what they say. The answer is, yeah, it's a big float, 100 million. Yeah, that's a big move on no volume, on no news that I can see. It's not an earnings play. Next month, earnings. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, some of these things move and you just don't know why exactly. Steve, did I hear you? No. He's going to be there soon though. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room and I'll keep myself going in the YouTube room until Steve gets there. There he is. I hear that little pop. That means Mr. Gomez is in the room. Right, Steve? Or am I wrong?
No, you're quick. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So listen, I know you guys are all over this sort of stuff. The ENVB.
I'm actually not. I saw MindMed running this morning, and I had no idea why. But I haven't participated in any of that. I've just been too busy.
Okay, but going forward, I guess I'm just
Yeah.
saying going forward, if they
Keep them on the
if it's
radar.
true,
Yeah.
if they've got this patent application that's see, when I read it this morning, I looked at the news this morning on it, and what I read is that that it's been accepted. What did I read? The application was accepted, which to me means okay, we'll accept your application. Doesn't mean we're going to grant it.
Right.
But they seem to be more. I mean, now they're pumping out news that they're going to be granted it and the whole bit. So anyway, I thought for you guys, I know you love that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting market.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
How's your morning going over there? I haven't really been watching.
Well, it's been active as always. I mean, really active, even though we're virtually at the end of earnings season. But we've got all these low floaters that are still going crazy, and but even there's just so much going on. I mean, really, I mean, I'm loving things. My 10-day daily breakout and my breakdown. I know you have those. We probably haven't had a chance to look at them, but as I say all the time, if I only had two scans that I could look at, one on the long side, one on the downside,
Yeah.
that's all I would do.
I did hear
Every
you
single
say
day.
that. Yeah.
Only gives me maybe five to 10 alerts for each one, and all day
That's
long.
plenty.
And it's amazing. If I weren't doing this, I could pay a lot more attention, to them. But it is what it is.
So for me, my time frame, the swing trade, you probably saw Michael and I was talking to in the traders thread. I'm really enjoying. What's that? Well, but not. Let me get tongue tied and start over. Not so much that particular stock, but this play. So I've got CVNA also. And so you said earnings season. So I'm really liking this, 10 days post earnings where you get these nice gaps. And then I'm going to take on my screen here, I'm going to take the Anchored View app, and Carvana has a beautiful support there from everybody on the earnings, post earnings,
Right.
feeling comfortable.
Yes.
And then same thing on Fubo. So that's the reason I'm in these two trades right now. Fubo is even more distinct. We go ahead and draw the earnings. Just really nice test bounce every time. So I'm getting excited over here on my time frame for these types of scans. Yeah.
Sure. Now, is that actually an earnings gap play, or is it just happens to be?
It just happens to be earnings. So this is the time of year where I think, like you get excited about earnings. This is just another reason I think to get excited about earnings season, because you get some nice consolidations off of positive earning gaps, and then using that Brian Shannon earnings view app is interesting for support. And then if it breaks, you get out. Swing trade.
Okay, I guess I'm phrasing this wrong. Let me just go to the you see, okay, so I'm looking in the ones that Michael has created. I don't see something that specifically says earnings.
Okay, so it would be large gap after large.
From large gap. Okay.
It just so happens that we're in the season now to where we're getting a lot of these charts that look like that. We've got that yellow, excuse me, that yellow stripe. of earnings.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, I'll look at it. I mean, sometimes they can turn into day trades too.
Of course. Yeah.
And so I'll take a look at that one. Yeah, that's very interesting. I love the way that presentation is, because you're right that the anchored VWAP is just looks like it's holding it.
Yeah.
And if it breaks down below it, okay, you get out of the trade. But
And it's
other
the
than
perfect
that, yeah.
sentiment. Brian calls it the perfect sentiment indicator, because that's really what it is. This is people with
Mhm.
money on the line. This is actual money in the market, money in the trade, volume weighted. And yeah, funny story. I mean, I'll talk about it here. I know you got to go, but PSLV, I had to cut loose today. This has been my baby. I've been holding it. I'm one of the people who've been holding it from down here. So look at what happened yesterday. It tried 2 days in a row yesterday to hold the anchored VWAP from the lows. Today it broke it, and now it's bouncing.
Yes, yes,
Now
yes,
that I've
yes.
coughed up my shares, it's bouncing. But this is a true sentiment indicator. I'm feeling the pain of lost profits that I once had now underwater on this sentiment indicator. So I coughed them up. I'm done.
Right, right.
So anyway,
Yeah. Well, for you guys who like the swing trade, I guess, or hold, well, we'll call them swing trades. Yeah, that anchored VWAP. I haven't been able to until we get an intraday one. I've sort of been shying off it, or backing
sure,
off it a bit.
true.
But yeah, look at Goose now, guy. Look at Goose. Gee, that's one that I was in earlier. I'm out of it. Canada Goose, GOOS, had
Oof,
earnings, big pop in the
right
pre-market,
up
look
your alley.
awesome.
Canada
And then,
Goose.
man, just
Wow, that's
completely
ugly.
given it up.
That's just really ugly. What do they have? 50 million. Yeah. Oh, plus those other two stocks that I'm in, Fubo and Carvana, are high short floats. So I'm trying to
Hmm.
hopefully also get a squeeze out of them. So we'll see. It's been tough. I've been kind of 2 steps forward, 2 steps back the last week and a half, but we'll see. All right,
Okay,
I'll let
so
you go.
you
Yeah,
have to. I'll let you go.
as
What,
usual.
10-2? You want to
Sure,
take off at 10-2? Okay,
that'd be
so
great.
I'll try to whip through the vacuuming and
The carpet's
make my wife
in.
happy when she comes home,
Yep.
and take it from there. Okay, Steve.
Okay. See ya. Thanks.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the midday session. If anybody was sent here by our support group, let me know. Again, I was just talking to Barry. This dollar just got way out of hand here. I did not see that coming. So I hate to sell, even though it was a winner, long-term winner. I tied up way too much capital. Let me get my pen. Just frustrating. It's just the way it is, but it's always interesting to talk about because everybody has frustrating trades that don't work out. So back here, I was feeling pretty solid about a nice silver breakout. I mean, yeah, you can still see the price alert I had set that I could jump up and get all giddy, but it never triggered. Broke, overnight break. And then I watched it hold this 50. And then I watched it break that 50, and I was frustrated. And I said, well, what's going on over in anchored VWAP land? And sure enough, like I just showed Barry, again, this is the physical silver fund that I like. I looked at it yesterday and I said, wow, today, being yesterday, is the second day in which it's trying to hang on to this ledge by a thread. And again, as if you didn't hear, I was talking with Barry about how these anchored VWAP lines are very strong sentiment indicators. They're not opinions; they're actual, profit and loss. So now everybody that picked up those swing lows down there, which includes myself, we gave back some profits, and I'm not going to just keep letting it break. Essentially, the chart's not confirming my story at the moment. Now, I just very well could pull this up at the end of the day and get bounced out and close on highs. It would probably do that just to frustrate me the most, but that's okay. I'll regroup. Like I said, I had too much cash really just kind of sitting in this tied up. So I'll let that settle, free up some cash, some powder. We'll reassess what's going on. At least that's, on the silver side. Of course, you saw me talking to Barry about Fubo, which is another funny, does the chart confirm the story? Let me just explain. I never really knew Fubo. I just saw it was another option on my smart TV. And Patrick. And yeah, I don't know if you heard me, but I got out of all my PSLV, just scrounged what I had left. I'm going to reassess, let everything reset. But Fubo, speaking of chart confirming the story, and all of a sudden, I said, I want to watch some San Diego Padre games, and it's just not like it used to be. They've totally screwed up the MLB licensing, making it really hard for people who want to follow their home team. So you can go to Fubo and you can get a week trial. And I thought, well, I'll give it a week trial, but they don't have a sports only package. And I've already got YouTube TV and Amazon Prime. I don't need another full package. So I canceled it. But the point being, there's a lot of people I think that want to, but this particular season, that are kind of, their hands are tied and they're being kind of forced to go over to Fubo, Ballet's TV, to watch their favorite baseball team. So I don't know if that has much to do, but the point is, that's a story. The chart, for the most part, we'll grab the Anchored View app off the earnings low and zoom in, and you can just really see a beautiful support there. Pretty solid. A couple of days that dipped below and tested, but for the most part, the stock is holding after earnings. All right, so moving over to the intraday. Got excited this morning as it started to break out, and as many things are doing these days, they take out yesterday's high and they reverse, they kick you in the butt. But I'm really needing this 5-day moving average, as I talk about, as an area of interest that I need to hold. I want Fubo to hold this 5-day SMA, and it's starting to slope and turn higher. That helps. But I'm a swing trader, so therefore patience is a virtue. Things take time to develop. I tried, except for PSLV this morning, I just said enough is enough. I watched the dollar just continue to rip to highs, and I'm not right. I'm early. Maybe I'm not right at all. But at some point, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. And again, I'm just laughing. I know that silver will probably reverse on me today. There we go. Probably got everybody down here, including myself, out. But what I see is just a tremendous headwind now. This is just tremendous. It's a brick wall. I don't want to be a hoper. You're a hoper when you're sitting in stocks like this that have broken technically and the moving averages are rolling over and coming down to attack you, and you're hoping for a solid bounce. It's hard to get through those. So I'm just going to reset. All right, Patrick. I sold all mine. I think I discussed my disgust for, that's a good double word, my disgust for miners in relation to the physical. In the end, mining companies are still equities. They're still companies. They're still boardrooms with egos and exit strategies and greed and humans, and they do stupid things. So I would rather just focus on the commodity, because I've noticed so many times in the last month, especially when the commodity and the physical was bouncing and grinding and moving higher, stocks like Newmont or AG just going the opposite direction. It's like, come on, I mean, it's just a matter of time before you just start to get extremely frustrated with that action every time you look over. So yeah, abandon the silver. A lot of cash in my 401k right now. I'm not chasing this market move. I mean, the NASDAQ obviously had the least resistance to go higher. IWM was a laggard and broke through its 50-day. So now the IWM is back to playing ball in terms of being healthy. And then the S&P, for whatever reason, the banks stopped going down. The S&P, look at that, broke out just a tad. And right as the breakout, it reversed at midday. So just kind of typical action, throwing prices around, breaking lows, breaking highs, reversing. Doesn't make it easy when they do that. I heard a lot of hedge funds got blown out yesterday. Which would make sense if they were positioning themselves short. We had been sitting in a lot of chop the last few weeks. Yeah, I'll be happy to go through the A table. Matter of fact, Trader Tim, it's perfect setup here. So why am I in Carvana? I'm in Carvana because we've got earnings behind us. We have a nice solid gap. And for the most part, we're trying to hold that anchored VWAP. A little sloppier than Fubo. But where did I find Carvana? I found it on the A table. The A table is an old name. It was a good name for when the market was a bull market, and I only had high quality composite rating stocks on there, A stocks, meaning my philosophy was looking for stocks in a bull market trending higher that also had a very high short float. So strong stocks, high short float. That was my initial use of this scan. But if I plug in, show me only high quality stocks right now, like I did before, watch this, filter A table. 90 would be an A rated stock. Are there any 90s on here with 20% short float and above? Maybe, maybe not. One. All right, it's worth looking at it. Okay, CELH. Now let's look at that on the regular chart. Beyond strong. Oh, look at this, earnings too. So this is what I was talking about with Barry, this post earnings week to 10 days after, we can find things that have strong reactions to earnings. And so if this thing is 31% short the float, it's on all-time highs right there. This is probably a symbol, Tim, that you might want to put on your watch list. So therefore we go heart. I'm going to add this to my watch list by hearting the stock chart. I'll tell you what, if you're a day trader, I mean, yeah, this thing just keeps moving higher. If I was a day trader, maybe I'd take a shot right here on this pullback. I like to buy pullbacks. So look at what else we've got here. We've got this 5-day moving average I was just showing you on Fubo. When I see things moving, I need them to really try and hold that 5-day. Bring Fubo back up. That's getting ready to maybe test that 5-day. Oh, it's testing it as we speak. All right, don't let me down, Fubo. So back to the A table, CELH is interesting. You know, we could go back to that. We could even put just put an alert back at all time highs. Do you want to be long? Do you want to be short a stock that's passing through all-time highs with 31% of the short float? Probably not. So that is how I'm generating ideas. Just because it pops up there doesn't mean buy it now. Maybe I'll do this too. Maybe I'll come down here and maybe it'll have a horrible, nasty pullback and it'll try and shake out the last few days, but maybe I'll find a reason to lean. I'd prefer to find a reason to lean on this moving average. See, chasing new highs has been tough. This probably won't hold midday. So I'd like to see a day and a half, 2 days of selling right into that 10-day moving average. And then you're buying the trend line, you're buying the pullback. You're giving yourself a better risk reward entry on a stock that just might have a short squeeze. So back to configure, the A table has evolved into basically just show me stocks that are high short floats. 50 score is not much. So therefore Carvana is on there. So as you, nasty wicks are killing me. So ARAV is the first one. It's got 82% short the float, but I look at that chart and it's just kind of messy and ugly. I'm not interested. It's not even above the 50. So you'd have to go through them one by one. That is not bad. It's above the 50. It's trying to turn higher, but the ones that are at the top here have the highest short float percentage. FSR doesn't look bad. So then you would come in on your workflow, and step 2 is to create a price alert. And so if that does trigger, you can quickly look over and see Fisker's got 41% short the float. So the composite rating, yeah, it's mostly technical, Tim. Is it above its 10, 20, 50, 200 moving average? Is it a 3-month range high? Is it strong today? Is it net change? So a lot of strong technical indicators, and then maybe 3 or 4 fundamental debt sheet or balance sheet debt type things, earnings growth type things. All of those come together kind of like an IBD. You know, IBD is it had their investors IBD ranking that gave us the idea to use our data to create our own score. And so it's called the score filter. So yeah, there you go. About 9 or 10 technical points, and I think 3 or 4 fundamental points, Tim. And then I just call it like a grade. When we did it, I said, let's grade it like a college curve. You know, the top A students are going to be 90 minimum and above. You know, Andy's good at reminding me earnings growth, quarterly EPS growth. All right. So what do we have right here? FSR, Fisker is short, but they're looking at 35% decline in quarterly revenue growth. That's probably an important thing. Watch this. I think let's have some fun going into the old, I didn't mean to close that. Let's go into the old time machine and find an old scan, and I'll show you a concept that Andy came up with. Okay, the key operative word in that one, it's called fishing. So I'll just type in fish. Revenue growth, fishing, there it is. I'm already tipping my hand. So we're looking for stocks that are having revenue growth, but we got to have at least 17% quarterly revenue growth. But here's the kicker. Look at this. In a 3-month position range, they're no more than 30% off their lows. So these are stocks just using these 2 filters. Low 3-month range, 30 percentile cap. Anything above that will not show up. Quarterly revenue growth, 17. So it's kind of like stocks going down, but we've got some positive revenue quarterly growth here. And then position in 10-day range is solid. It's a 70th percentile. So when we do that, we can click into these names and we can see, oh, these are stocks that have been in a downtrend, but they're trying to break their downtrend. PSTG holding that moving average nicely. And then let's take a look at the Fundy here. Quarterly revenue growth, almost 20%. I'll share this with you, don't worry. Nordstrom, quarterly growth, 21%, but been in a downtrend. So I'll give you that. And anybody else who wants this, it's called revenue growth fishing. So that's an example of using a fundamental point here on a scan. For stocks that have been kind of beaten up, but they're showing strong fundamental turns on the balance. All right. Hey, Dominic, we've got something called Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is a simulator. I'm using it as a simulator here for demonstration purposes. But it's also has the ability to connect to only Interactive Brokers or E-Trade at the moment. So, you know, it's 2-pronged. It's a great learning device. As you said, you're brand new. So I would really kind of focus on understanding this simulator and how it could work. So what we do is you just attach to the Trade Ideas simulated trading. And from here, you can do a lot of things. You can trade manually down here. You can see something that you like say Carvana. You can come in here in the chart, click buy, and I'm going to simulate a buy right there. And it sends my order, sends my stop. Again, this is we call chart trading. There we go. I went ahead and raised my price and got a fill. So now it's a simulated trade. And again, if you're a new trader, Dominic, you don't want to start jumping into live money. You want to learn easily and inexpensively using a simulator. So that's why we would suggest that. And that's why we have this. To take it to the next level, these are scans that, you know, if I wanted to buy these stocks on a pullback to the 10 SMA, it's an actual alert. So if I wanted to look for stocks that it ran up and pulled back and I want to buy them automatically right there on that 10 SMA, this is the scan that I would do that. So I would take the settings from this scan and plug them into what we call strategies. These are my different strategies. It's also the ones that program how many shares I would buy or sell on the chart. They're using those buttons. so you can automate your own strategies. Lastly, yes, we have the Holly AI, which is essentially a real-time alert. It's not really doing much today. It doesn't set the world on fire, but it gives people ideas of entries, short and long, and where you might want to manage them. The people who use that do better when they use only the entries, the live entries, and then they take those entries and then they either manually trade them, auto trade them, but then they manage the exit themselves. The AI is not really that good at managing its own exit. It gets kind of squirrely and sells quickly on any pullback. So those are the options you have as what you call the trading bot. But, you know, right off the bat, all you need is a basic standard subscription, and you have access to the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus in-house simulator. And this is where you want to start as a new trader. It gives you ideas and shows you in real time some lessons that you can learn without having to get beat up with money. Hello, Neil. Are you asking me to look at the Macy's chart perchance? Quarterly revenue growth. I see where you're going with that one, Neil. Quarterly revenue growth, 58% year over quarter, quarter over quarter, but just got hammered. Let's take it a step further here on the technicals. Let's look at my RSI chart. As I suspected, the technicals are also showing some underpinning. That is what we call bullish divergence. Even though it's kind of a flat bottom, that bottom is holding with more and more aggressive RSI highs, lower highs, higher lows, I should say. Not a bad call, Neil. So if you are a long-term value fundamental investor, that is something of interest. You've actually got bullish divergence on the chart, technical, and you're getting something on sale down here. I mean, this was $25 a while ago. It was $37 a year ago. And quarterly revenue growth. When are earnings? Earnings are June 1st, so they're coming up. That would be interesting to see what the earnings show. See if that revenue growth can continue. Yeah. See, Neil, it's all about time frame. You are much more long term. I'm, a 2 to 3 day swing surfer. You just want to kind of ride those waves. I'll go back to my positions here. I really hope that I can get something out of Carvana and Fubo. I'll just take a day and a half. That's all I really need. That's all I really want. I've positioned myself on the daily in this congestion period. All right, so we're flirting again here with my 5-day. We really need to hold this 182 5-day. If we don't, then all of a sudden on my daily chart, I'm going to be back to testing the rising 10 SMA again. And I'm done testing. I want this thing to emerge from this flag. So it's just giving me some fits and starts, it appears. Tough day. Look out my window. My pool is green and my P&L is red. Driving me crazy. So let's see what's going on in the races today. If you're new, the races are auto-generated lists that show us where the action has been all morning. You can create your own watch list all you want, but in real time when the market opens, it's kind of nice to let the system show you where the action is. GFAI, look at that one. GFAI coming back to life. It's got the AI and everybody wants to play AI. So technically speaking, we've got this thing's going on volume today, 3 times normal relative volume. And what is it doing? It's just riding my favorite 15-minute momentum indicator. I wish the 2 stocks that I'm in would do that, but not yet. All right. Anybody sent in here for some support from our support group? Because that's what we do. People will say, I need help building this or looking at that. And can somebody call me? We say, well, we don't really do phone calls because you can't accomplish much on the phone, but we can come in here and share a desktop, show you my desktop, answer your questions and help you build something, and then share the cloud link with you. So as you would imagine, that's much more efficient than speaking on the phone. Let's see what the averages are up to. Wick and the SPY, we broke the intraday moving at the momentum. Yeah, so Trader Tim, good question. We have what we call under new, we have the Market Explorer window. Everybody should have access to that. From there, you right click and we go into the strategy menu. And as we see, where is it? It's in there, trust me. Okay, it's right in the first one is the sub menu. Relative strength, daily, RSI divergence long. Let's grab that one. So now let's bring my chart up so we can kind of confirm these. The Market Explorer has given us RSI divergence, and we've got some names in here, half today and half yesterday. We can sort by volume. Let's do that. Sort by volume. So Pac West is the biggest. Is Pac West diverging? Well, according to there to there, that's arguable on that one. Let's look at this one. Close enough. I'll tell you what, that to that right there is a bit of divergence. It's pretty close. We'll look at the bearish one next because we have both. Okay, here's a good example. That's pretty textbook right there. Lower low, higher low. APTV. So again, these are just ideas generated from the Market Explorer. Doesn't mean you jump in and buy them. But if you're doing your research like we were doing on Macy's there, and you do the fundamental research and you look and you say, wow, you know, the technicals are also kind of giving us a little something. So let's go back to relative strength. And let's try the opposite. Let's try divergence short. So these are strong stocks that might be getting ready to roll over. So we're looking for higher highs, but weakening RSI. This is probably the best example here. Monster Beverage tried to go to new highs, but doing it weaker. CLSK had a matched high right there on earnings, but what the system is seeing is that matched high did it on much less strength. So there's your bearish divergences. Let's look at Fiserv. Then we looked at PAC-B, I think. Yeah, XPO went higher into earnings, but not quite as high on the RSI. So, I mean, a lot of these are really close, but technically the math works out. So they will show up. So you're not going to have everything look perfect on there, but just one more time, Tim, so you can see it's under new Market Explorer. Right click into the strategies and it's under relative strength. We are working behind the scenes at a whole new platform experience where you don't have to go menu, sub-menu, click, menu. Trying to take out the clicks, trying to make it more visual, user-friendly, drag and drop, simplicity. That's the best we got right now, Tim. I mean, they're working with what we've got. I think there was something else in there. Maybe it was just a placeholder. Relative strength, RSI, unable to get oversold. Okay, so that's a different kind of a strategy. Just continued. Yeah, you know, for whatever reason, they're just not showing up in that scanner. That's one of the reasons I have that second chart. This is my RSI chart, and I will use the Anchored VWAP so they don't get all jumbled up with my other ones. Yeah, nah, you're cool, Tim. It's just for whatever reason, I have no idea. I mean, if you wanted to, you could send a couple of examples, and I could send it over to Michael Noss, who's in charge of that, and he could try and reverse engineer the math and see if there's something he might be missing. You're definitely welcome to do that, Tim. I can make sure it gets seen. But I hear you. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, like, well, why isn't my Fubo on the? Let's see what's on my gap. Let's go back to Explorer, and those two strategies I'm in are on the AVWAP from large gap. All right. I want Fubo and Carvana to be on there. Are they? I don't know. Let's look at the alphabetical. Is Carvana on there? No. I wish it would be. Is Fubo on there? No. I wish it would be. I'll tell you why. Probably because both of them might even be in downtrends. Carvana and Fubo might be in downtrends, and maybe there's just a big filter excluding that. But again, Tim, you are welcome to just send info@trade-ideas.com. Questions about Market Explorer. Curious why XYZ and what other stock Macy's you saw in there. I can forward that to Michael, and then he can just see if he's missing something. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Okay, yeah, Mr. Yagani, where can I change time zones? What I recommend is tools options. It's going to be in their first options tab, time options. Notice I've got mine set to local time. If you set yours to local time, that should be the easiest workaround. You can attempt to find your time zone on there and activate that, but I'm told sometimes that can create issues. But start with your own local time. Okay, I think we're caught up. Good. I'm glad you got that, Gani. I love it when people come here and get the information they need. Because, again, if you have a question about your accounting or your payment or your card, of course we have a phone number for that. But, for this kind of stuff, you can't do it on the phone. You were short gold. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I sold out of my PSLV Perfect Circle, and I did so because it basically, I'll show you, I have to stick to my values of charts confirming stories. PSLV, I'm one of the people that caught that low down there, and everybody that did is now underwater on the Anchored VWAP from that low. So I'm not going to mess around with this. I had every intention of giving yesterday's chance to bounce, but we don't know. But midday, and I've said too, I hate getting out of stuff midday. But I'm not sticking around for this. You had two solid attempts to bounce, and now we're looking at that. I'm not interested anymore. I have to practice what I preach, which is, does the chart continue to confirm your story? Yeah, I've got a story. I've got a reason to be bullish on silver and bearish on the dollar. But look at the dollar, UUP. You're rubbing it in my face today. Okay, you guys win. You're probably going to come back way up here again. All right, you're welcome, Tim. You're welcome. I think we're all caught up. Yeah, let's look at that, Patrick. You're right. We were just talking about divergence. And if we look at PSLV, there's our line. And there was the underpinning screaming at me that the oomph just wasn't there. I fully expected it to cup and handle here. I mean, look at that cup. That's trading. No, I still made money on that trade, just not as much as I should have. And then you're making money on the shorter term intermediate trend. And it's just how it works. Just how it works. Whoops. I totally blew that one. Sorry, guys. I opened up something on that. I closed the browser instead of minimizing it, and that's where StreamYard was. Okay. Dominic. I'm about to go through a major organ transplant. I don't want my money just sitting around. What percentage returns are Holly O'Neill currently returning? I want to plan something. I can't even begin to answer that, Dominic. I know it's an appealing allure. But it's just not something that you just turn over your capital to and watch it grow. It's just not that simple, and I wouldn't even try to tempt you otherwise. It's a giant learning curve. It's just one tool of many. Trading is difficult, and there's just no guarantees. So there's no way I can begin to answer that question. I'll just say that we've been using the AI generated signals for many years now. And it's just kind of like a casino. There's thousands of trades in there, but over the long haul, the casino just slowly grinds it out and wins. Whether or not you're in the right trades and you manage them correctly, it's all a variable. And so there's just too many variables, to give that kind of an answer. And I would say, just be very conservative with your money right now. Going out and throwing live money as a newbie at trading, the expectations can be easily underestimated. Let me just put it that way. So I just want to save you from a difficult endeavor, Dominic. People that trade, we have to assume the risks. And, if you're looking for guaranteed money or you need money to grow, it's not always, going to work out the way you want. So I wish I could tell you otherwise, but I want to help. I'm not a financial advisor. Patrick brings up a good point. The CDs are paying some juice right now. That's right, PSLV. Go back to lows. I don't care. market doing? Go to the strong one first. NASDAQ's trying to hold. Come on, Fubo. Hold that 5-day for me, will ya? Carvana trying. Still have that simulated order in there that you guys saw. I'm gonna delete that. I don't like looking at that. I'm actually just gonna bring that brokerage plus back up, and I'll just say, I'll just leave it there. What do I look at for market sentiment? Well, there are the sentiment indicators. And so when you see market sentiment indicators full of fear, usually that's a great contrarian indicator that you might be close to a reversal in price. When you see a sentiment of greed, be careful. The bottom might be ready to drop out as people want to take the profits. However, as I mentioned earlier, Brian Shannon points out that the anchored VWAP is a wonderful sense of sentiment. So in that respect, we could take the NASDAQ and forget all the short sellers who got blown out yesterday. I heard a lot of hedge funds got blown out. Take the NASDAQ, and this looks like the key reversal right there, right off that big green bar, the 50 and the 200. We just draw, actually we'll go down here, we'll use our clean chart. We'll draw an anchored VWAP. So here's a sentiment indicator. The sentiment is strong. I mean, if anything, the sentiment in the NASDAQ is starting to get a little greedy. So you use this as a sentiment indicator. So I would say, I don't know what the fear and greed index look like right now, but after yesterday, I bet you they're starting to really rev up into the greed category. So those would be the only two necessarily that I would answer your question with. Okay, let's see here. Copy image. Well, just do this. Hold on. We'll do it this way. 30-day market breadth. So Chris Varley's listening in, and he's showing another tool that we can use here. Perfect. Using our compare count window. So using lows and highs, 30-day market breadth. So if anybody wants that, I'm sure Chris could even put the code in there if it was desirable. Here's what I did last time. I clicked that right there, and I closed the stream, so I can't do that. Chris, do you ever look at AAII? Is it just one of those AI plays? Or is it something else? It's obviously not a symbol. I don't know what that is. It's a sentiment survey. Okay, that's news to me. I don't look at that. I'll just see like every now and then, like I don't know. I think it's the New York. I forget who even shows it, but it's like a pie chart with an arrow pointing to red, negative, scared, or green, greed. Come on, Fubo, don't let me down. So now what I'm seeing is we're sort of a pinch play. All right. So my two indicators, the 5-day, horrible line. Can't have that. Needs to hold. However, the 10 SMA is coming down. So I'm beginning to see my trade management here is coming into a pinch play. Move over into the daily chart, still above the 10 SMA. It's still acceptable consolidation for me as a swing trader, but we've got a bit of a battle coming up here. I need the price to hold that 5-day and blast back through that 10 SMA and win the battle of the pinch. The battle of the pinch. Probably, Chris. Yeah. Oh, that URL didn't work. All righty. We all caught up on questions. Looks like it. SPY holding their 10 SMA, or they're starting to give it back a little bit. What's my Carvana doing? Come on, Carvana, hang in there. Carvana is now battling its 10 SMA. So, I'm kind of, behind the current on both of these trades more than I'd like to be at the moment, but still have a full half day of trading. So we'll see. This literally is the midway point. Okay, yeah, you're welcome, Dominic. Every day, new users, old users, experienced users, come by here. We've got a different person on here every day to help, kind of give you guys some ideas, some direction. Rum was trying to break out. Rum just can't get above that 10. Just brutal. But it's trying. No position. I think I'm going to reset this price alert. Yeah, perfect circle. It's funny when you get everybody on one side of the lifeboat, it doesn't take long for somebody to run to the other side, and it's just human behavior. It's just crowd behavior, herd behavior.
Oh, Steve.
That was like a crazy entrance. It was like low to higher volume. Fade in. It was a fade in.
Faded. Well, I know you don't want me to fade out.
No,
You want me
not
to
yet.
take over right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm looking at Cisco right now,
Yeah, they
take
had
a look
earnings,
at Cisco. Yeah, had earnings and looked terrible. Well, the reaction initially after hours yesterday, bad.
That's a
This
strong
morning, bad.
Yeah, that's strong.
Tremendous recovery.
You don't see that often.
You don't see that often, but look what it's doing. It's sitting right on the VWAP, 47.28. Just a little bit above the VWAP. I don't know where the anchored would be, but it's trying to hold the VWAP right now.
I'm going to put one from. Okay, so looking at my screen for the anchored VWAP from the recent high, is perfectly today's high. Ironically,
Ah,
how about that?
okay.
Yeah. From a daily perspective, yeah. So if we do the intraday perspective, which is I think is what you were alluding to, let's go boom, and that's pretty messy actually.
Mm-hmm.
So the only one I see of real significance using that is on the daily there from the most recent high, and it basically put a kibosh on the run up right there at 48. Also, there's a
Mm-hmm.
gap there, a big resistance, big pivot point there at 48. So anything that grinds above 48 after earnings, yeah, it could be interesting.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's a massive recovery. I kept saying I would, well, look at it. It's only down a dime now, from
Yeah, you just
yesterday's
don't
close.
see that. I would have never guessed that.
No,
But it is part
no.
of Techland, and Techland is happy, so who knows?
Tech and communications, boy, those are the two strong sectors. Very, very strong. So that's why I'm pulling for your FUBO. Okay.
Yeah, if it, I'll tell you what though. I mean, if it doesn't get going today, if it wants to close below that intraday 5-day rolling average I have, I'm not going to stick
Mhm.
around.
Okay.
I'll have to cut at least half, maybe even more. I don't know.
All right, Steve, I know you want to
Okay.
go. It's at 12:53, well, Eastern time. So I know you want to get out of here. So I'll take over the screen right now, the
All
stream.
right.
And
Cool.
so there I am. And we'll probably hear you in about an hour, won't I?
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay.
See you, Barry. Bye.
Bye. Guys, I am back in all of the rooms. There we go. Back in all the rooms now. Get rid of my message. That was an expensive lunch I was on because I know Rio was talking about this FIO, PHIO. I mean, guys, I know it's a broken record, but if you're looking for one scan for me, I mean, I love this too, but this is way more active. The momentum's up and momentum down. So, and if you're in, to a little more activity, but if you're looking for, one scan on the long side and one scan on the short side, I don't know. I'm not saying every single day you're going to get, incredible winners, but I guarantee you'll get good ideas out of this. And look at this. I mean, FIO, PHIO. I was on my break at 12:21. The alert came in at 497. I mean, my goodness, look where it got to, almost 650 from 497. And I mean, you can go through the rest of them. I'm not saying they're all rocket ships like that, but not too. Actually, today, which is surprising because it's not. I mean, the NAS is up, but it's not like everything is whipping higher. But we're getting more alerts here than I would have thought. You find that in the 10-day daily breakout, Trader Tim. So let me just do my homepage link. Question in our YouTube room. Where do I find that? Where do you find that on my homepage? I'm deadly serious. I mean, if I weren't doing this, I would shut everything else down, and I would just look at this and maybe take a glance at this every now and then. And I would just try to find a way to trade these all day long. Sometimes it's simple. You just take the trade almost when you get the alert. Sometimes it's not as simple, but the thing is, it gives you a finite number of stocks, and they're active. Okay, yeah, I have a different charting system on right now, Trader Tim. We're trying to figure out why my charts are slow, so I've got another charting system, but that's okay. So if you click on my homepage link and click on the link, and you'll be brought to my homepage right at the top here. Scroll down until you see my scans, and then now again, as I mentioned earlier, I've broken these out. Give me a moment here. So this is the doc version, which I'm not sharing. It doesn't mean, you can create the doc if you want, but I've broken them out individually. Okay, so I've got the 10-day daily breakout, which is this, and then the don't repeat, which is this, and then the 10-day daily breakdown, which is this, and then the don't repeat. I like to have them side by side because, again, this tells me, here's the original alert. The only time this is in the don't repeat. This is the first time that PHIO showed up in the scan at 12:21. The price was 497. And now I don't absolutely have to have this because all I have to do is click on, and I'll have to show you my other chart, is click on the alert, and then you get a blue arrow. You get a blue arrow that tells me what, like if I'm on a 15-minute chart, it's going to tell me the candle, 15-minute candle that the alert happened on. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the 5-minute. But you can you don't even need to see this on the left. You can just see, wow, from that alert, look what happened. Okay. Okay. What else? I've been showing this one the last well, since I got back, and look at this, guys. I mean, this is the other thing I glance at just at the top ones. Okay, this is the 20-day range high with filters in place. Okay, it's not just every stock that's at a 20-day range. These stocks have to be at least at the high of the last 20 days or higher, with other filters in place. So 600,000 shares, the relative volume has to be 1, prices up 4%, etc. Okay, so it's got to be within, and in the daily, and what I do is I like to sort on where are they, okay, in today's range. So look, only two stocks meet all those filter requirements. This is just the flip version, the 20-day range. Look at all the stocks meeting the requirements. And this has been the theme. Yesterday, there were a few more in the 20-day range high, but not, but still the 20-day range low. So, I mean, but this is the theme, guys. Stocks are making, like a lot of stocks, making 20-day range, 20-day lows and more. They have to be at least at a 20-day low to meet these filter requirements. No, I wrote it down. You said it's getting there. So you said FIO is getting to 7 what? What did it get up? It got up to 691. The So it's just a little bit underneath the SMA now, 200-day moving average, just a little bit under. It's trying to hold a VWAP 561, 569. So it's above the VWAP and below. So it's right in between the 200-day SMA. So the 200-day SMA and the VWAP, right in between. All right. What's this one doing? BVS, BVS. Okay, so after that big, look at BVS, guys. So what sort of room does it have? Look at the daily chart. Look at the what sort of room does it have? To me, it doesn't have enough room. I mean, it looks like there's some resistance around 160. Now, I've been wrong many times in looking left. So if it does get through that, though, I mean, this has a chance. I mean, if that 160 is taken out, look left, and now we're talking over $2 for BVS. Again, not saying it's going to happen, but there's some enthusiasm coming into this. Held the VWAP 140. So you might want to be watching BVS. It's the float. The float is, not high, not crazy low, 31 million. Man, I wish I'd held on to my goose shorts. Wow. They're just, just getting clobbered here. This is Goose and Cisco, they're opposite ends of the spectrum. Let's take a look at Cisco. Quite as dramatic, but look at this. Look at this big green candle now. Remember, this was a big. This was way down on earnings, a big recovery, whereas Goose was way up on earnings and then a huge drop. And it's still hanging around the yesterday's close. Oops, yeah, it's still hanging around yesterday's close for Cisco. I mean, it's holding the VWAP. I mean, would it surprise anybody if it goes positive? 48. If it takes out 48, this could be a little bit like the HD that got a little bit hammered on earnings a couple of days ago and then had a great run yesterday. Let's take a look at HD. Okay, so you can see 2 days ago, 3 days ago, yeah, 2 days ago, it had the big down day on earnings. Yesterday, it basically recovered everything. Today, it's kind of holding firm. Cisco looks better though because HD did not get back up to the day before's close, whereas Cisco is almost right there. Now, tech is strong. You're right. I'm looking at the 5 minute reel. I'm looking at the 5 minute for Cisco, and you're right. It was below on the mine anyway. LRC on mine, and Goose was way up, of course. But I think that a person inclined to maybe swing. I'd be watching this one, especially if it gets positive, and see what happens with it tomorrow. I mean, it's obviously doesn't have a ton of room on a percentage basis because I think there's probably a lot of resistance around 50. But what I was going to say about the ENVB, it might be tough though. I mean, it's going to really have to get some volume coming back in. I'm going to say we might get a late day surge. Still trying to hold the VWAP at 315 and the 200-day. So it's basically in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average or ENVB. All right, let's take a look at some of these Yeah, this Uber, I still think that, we could have a late dayer with the UBA. It's a big float. That's actually not a big float. It's still holding the VWAP. So the longer it holds this VWAP, you get some volume. It could be one of those late dayers. The volume definitely picked up. 63 times normal now up to this point of the day for UBA. And this is trading higher after Regency Centers announced, okay. Forget it. So this is a buyout. Didn't realize it. Okay. Woo. Look at this is a China stock. Okay. So look at HTHT underneath that whole number of 41 now. Look left. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average, which was 41.79. So it's through the 200-day moving average. I don't, where is any support? Looks like there's a low on the monthly chart of about 39.86. So it's got some room, a little bit of room down to the 40 level, based on the weekly chart. I'm sorry, the weekly chart. I'm going to watch this HTHT to see if it has a dollar run in it to the bottom. It's weak, China. Meanwhile, the market's doing its thing after we had a couple of hours or 2.5 hours of straight up. Now, one giant red candle, but buyer stepping in again. Now, Latch, I think, is trying to hold the 200, the VWAP. LTCH, I think it's trying to hold. I was actually looking at this to potentially short it. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but when I look down here, I think one might hold it, so it's not enough room for me. But there's the VWAP 115. If it gets through the VWAP again, maybe it has another late day run. LTCH. EQT, let's take a look at EQT. Real's talking about EQT. It's set at 36.19. Possible short in that area. And the 200-day, oops. So doing it over here, EQT. So the 200-day moving average is 37.66. So below it, the VWAP is 35.56. So above it, that's basically, I was looking at this one. If you're going to short it, you probably get maybe some support right around 35.70, which is approximately where the VWAP is for EQT. Did TSP get some new wind? Let's take a look at TSP. Well, it held the VWAP, 148. It held the VWAP. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. It's 2 o'clock. I'm in that marketing meeting. It is Thursday, so I'm in the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I will do my video right now. Is it now 13, so say 123. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, MGRM, this is this IPO that I couldn't find, but it was, when you look it up, I think Casa said this is an IPO. So MGRM or HE, one of you guys told me that it's an IPO. Yeah, I mean, I have an alert. I actually have an alert set at the high of the day, which is around 14, just in case later on, I, get some enthusiasm back into this, get some volume. Not a lot of volume for an IPO though. 336,000 shares. Here's another maybe interesting one. Conagra, CAG. It's underneath the whole number. Another one breaking down through the 200-day moving average. And looking left, what sort of room does it have before it will hit the next low? Wow, 35.22. 35.22 is the next low looking left for Conagra, CAG. Interesting. Not following the market at all. Is doing its own thing. It's not an earnings play. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Yeah, this is interesting. Basically just trading normally, 1.03 relative volume, big float. Where's the VWAP? 3610. So it's underneath the VWAP. It took out the VWAP right up here. So it took out the VWAP. 200-day, of course, it's way below that. We get a 50 basis point lift in June. I think the market will really react badly. Just referring to somebody's post there. Dip buyer, 63% probability for a 25 basis point rate increase in June and 37% for a 50 point. That's why. Whoa, look at this one. Interactive Strength Inc. TRNR. Boy, it's got some room, guys. TRNR has some room. I wish it weren't as close to the whole number as it is, but when you look left, look at the room it's got. The next high looking left is around $1 away for TRNR. This is at a nice day. I don't see any news on this one. Yeah, I don't see any news. I know they did a financing on April 28th, and that's what kind of caused all this. Okay, so something's weird about this one. Did maybe change tickers or symbols? All right, guys, I took the Conagra just to see. I know Real will say it's getting close to the bottom of that channel, but so TRNR was an IPO. Okay, thank you, John. Thank you. Okay, yeah, on the 28th. So that was on the 28th. Okay. And falling 17%, falling with $12 million IPO. So a pretty cheap IPO. LIZR, I thought that wasn't that the one where he bought or somebody bought. Remember which company that was that caused the stock to go higher? Come on. Yeah, I think you're just kind of kidding, aren't you? Because he bought at $6. I don't think he could sell. I think you're just kind of kidding. Austin Russell, but yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, 63% more shares in Luminar. I think he's the founder. And he bought at 6, but I don't he can't sell. I mean, he can't sell right away. Not that I'm aware of anyway. A limb is going up. Okay, let's take a look at a limb. I probably won a couple. No, never won a race. Okay. So you can see things have slowed down a little bit here on the upside because the last stock that appears is PHIO at 1255 in the momentum up. So we're at 129 now. So 35 minutes with nothing meeting all these filter requirements, making a new high for the day. Now on the downside, seat, just another new low 6 minutes ago. Whoa, Conagra, yeah. So a limb, let me take a look at a limb. Yeah. I'm surprised it's not showing up. I mean, they had all I have as a note is a press release. Oh, that's right. They did some kind of a deal with this iPoint Pharma. So, and it's a low float. So yeah, I mean, this is the type of stock that could get going. Well, it's getting going through the VWAP. It could get going. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average way above it. The next high is looking left on the weekly chart, 327. That is the ALIM. Just a minute. It's probably some kind of a warrant, Danny. You'd have to look at, I mean, I can't tell you exactly what it is. In fact, I don't know if I can even load it. Some kind of a classification of stock, okay, of KREF. The question is, what is KREF? I mean, it says it's 6.5% Series A cumulative redeemable preferred. So it's a preferred stock. I would just forget about it, okay? And only 12,000 shares have traded, so I would just forget about it. 'Cause it's possible you'll see a KREF dash B, excuse me, B, just different classifications of stocks. Now, why are you getting that alert? The reason I ask is that there's only 12,000 shares have traded. I would put some kind of a minimum volume, okay? Because you shouldn't get something that only has 12,000 shares. So in our so if you just want NASDAQ and NYSE, you just right click on an alert window or your top list window, right click, configure, and exchanges. Okay, and then you can check New York Stock Exchange. Maybe get rid of the ARCA. I don't know if that'll do it, but and you don't want the Amex. You don't want that. So just check New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq. Okay, and then say okay, and don't forget to save your work. Like save it, even a little change like that. You have to save. Save your layout at the end of the day. Okay, not getting too many. Okay, so five is having a bit of a pop here, 4% since the race started. So again, you see how you can use this to potentially play pullbacks. File, it's leading a race. And when you look at it, go, well, wait a minute, how can it be leading a race? Well, yeah, it popped up, it's pulled back, but look, little green candle there. So that's why, of all the stocks that meet the filter requirements, this is the top one right now, 4%. But I'd be looking at this and going, well, actually, the 200-day is far enough away. The VWAP though, 564, that's about 32 cents away. So I mean that could stall it. Okay, I'm just continuing to watch the ENVB. Maybe again, get that late day thrust. It continues to try to hold a VWAP. Okay, that's screwed up. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, as I say, not too many new alerts in the momentums, no new alerts in my daily breakouts. So this is when I start to, start to look at these 20-day range lows. That's where I found the Conagra. I don't know if, the Conagra might give me 20 cents if I'm lucky. Real was talking about EQT earlier, I guess as a potential short, but I don't think it triggered. I don't think it triggered. Might be wrong. This is pretty good right here. And I'm sharing this 20-day range high and the 20-day range low on my home page. Look at all the stocks meeting these filter requirements. I mean, these are essentially the same filter requirements, same price range, same minimum volume. Look at the difference. Look how many there are on the 20-day low and worse. It has to be at least the 20-day low. Let's take a look at QFIN as an example. And I sort it. Yeah, let's get this out of here. And the way I've sorted it on the position in the day's range. I want to see the ones that are right near the low of the day. I don't care about all these down here. So I just look at the top ones. That's why even though this list is huge, it's not overwhelming because I'm sorting on the position in days range. And that's what I want to see. I want to see the ones that are right near the low of the day, like Conagra is right now. Well, 1:39. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. Yeah. So do we really believe that's going to happen though, Jay? I mean, really? What do we know? May 18th, June the 1, Armageddon? Yeah, I actually have Blaine. I actually have WLGS on a thumbnail chart on my other monitor. I do see it's approaching it again. Yeah, looks like it's around 206, right? 206, 207 is the VWAP for WLGS. All right. Wow, things have really, really slowed down here. DLO is an earnings play. DLO is an earnings play, and it's still mildly positive. Okay, had a big run in after hours on earnings. Pretty big run pre-market. Market open though. Is this a China stock? No, Uruguay. That's right, Uruguay. So this is I don't know what's going to happen here. No, no, I did not catch that short. Didn't see it until I saw it early on. I knew it was an earnings play. I wasn't that interested in it for whatever reason. Should have been though. You know, as I said in the pre-market, my bias 100% right now is just a short. Any of these pops on earnings, no, not every one of them is going to do this, but so you're talking about AVDX. Now I'll bet, let's take a look at AVDX. Yeah, I mean, there are only a couple of days, 3 days out of the 12 that were down. That would have been a nice entry right around here. A little bit of a pullback on the daily and then taking this out. What do they do in the manufacturing and I have been told that our news should be improved as far as the results are concerned. There will be a development version that I'll be taking a look at. I think the next dev version. What it won't help though, unfortunately, is if, you know, a symbol like box, okay, which can mean a lot of different things, okay? And so if it's a symbol that is actually a name, we still can run into problems. But something like this, AVDX, it should be bang on. That's what I'm told. I mean, it's inching down. It's definitely inching down. CAG. I don't expect very much. If I got 20 cents out of it, I'd be pretty happy. It's approaching 20 cents. Now, I mean, listen, it might, again, where is that low? That low is 35.84. No, no, it broke through, had to break through that. 35.23, 35.23. So 35.23 is the next low looking left for Conagra. I mean, that'd be my fantasy, that'd be a true fantasy area for me, for it to get there for me. Hey, Real, just out of curiosity, how many thumbnail charts do you have? I remember a while back you said you had one monitor just full, but how many do you actually have? 20. Okay. All right. Here is the latest alert. Grab. Still moving down on earnings. Maybe coming into some support. That's a huge float, though. I'm not interested. Huge float. 1.74 billion in the float for Grab. Here's another one, maybe to keep an eye on, the EDU, another China stock, of course, education stock, EDU, getting close to that whole number. When we look left on the, see, what do we see? Is that right? Do we see 36 as the next low? Probably not. Yeah, 36.68. So it might have a little bit of the 200 days way down here. So that's not an issue. Where's the VWAP? 37.39. So it's below the VWAP. China stock, of course, didn't get absolutely hammered like the rest of them. Let me take a look at KWEB now, KWEB, see what's happening with the China market, see if it's still moving down or is it kind of basing a bit. KWEB, not web. Oh, it's still moving down. I mean, there was a bit of a base. I mean, had the huge move down for an hour, kind of base, another drop, little base, another drop. A couple of days ago, 3 days ago, tried to get through the 200-day moving average. Look at that. On the daily chart, that little light blue line there, that's the 200-day moving average. Tried, failed, reject. Yeah, pretty common actually. Well, it's common for me. Thumbnail charts, just small charts. Keep an eye on usually on well, you can keep an eye on a bunch of different stocks that you like over the course of the day. No, 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 no. He means this would be an example if I did this to KWeb. Okay, I mean this is what I would call like a thumbnail chart. Just make it really small. You have a bunch of them of different symbols. Stocks you're keeping an eye on. That's what I call a thumbnail chart anyway. If you're like I'm a visual person, and that's I don't have as many. I used to have more. I used to have probably 20 like real. I'm down to about 10 on my other monitor. So if you're a visual person, you can kind of take a look and you see, oh, look what's happening with that one as an example. Well, this is you look at this weekly chart for KWeb. Next low down here is $24. So it's not quite $3. I mean, China is obviously weakening. Okay, well, guys, there's a almost a 5% move for FIO now since the race started. Okay, guys, look at FIO now. There's the where's the VWAP? 562. So it's just underneath the VWAP now. PHIO will it pop through and then try to challenge the highs and maybe get to Real's fantasy level. But you've got that 200-day moving average ahead of it also, 611, but that's far enough away. Yeah, I have no idea. Somebody mentioned Taiwan, the tensions in Taiwan, which won't go away. It's possible that's it. Okay, guys, I feel like I'm calling an election here. I am going to call ENV over, ENVB over. The polls have just closed, and I am the ENVB looks like it's over. That's it's a pretty brutal candle right now. Not a lot of volume on it, but and it's through the VWAP. It's possible. They'll reopen, do a recount. Any Succession fans out there? I had to get caught up in the last two episodes while I was away, so I watched the last episode last night. All right, guys, 1:56. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Just get set for this marketing meeting. Okay, so muting myself right now. All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm in this. Hasn't been easy, but I'm in this IFBD. I want to see if it has a late day run. IFBD, and yeah, Gani, I'm sorry. Yeah, we cannot count candles after a new high of the day is formed. We are one of the things we just really can't do is refer to previous days or intraday candles. I mean, there is a little bit we can do, but not the way you're talking. And we do not have pre-market volume broken out. Now, you could, of course, no, I'm just going to say we don't have pre-market volume broken out. Not sure why we don't. It's been asked before. All right. Well, let's see if this is to me is could be one of those classic ones that I talk about is the late day breakout of some of these ones that were really active early on. Here it goes. And I saw this on the races, of course, and I actually saw it up here. Well, okay, you can't see the first time I saw it because now this is the latest new high it made. Well, I mean, the high in the pre-market was way right up here around 214 for IFBD. China stock. You have any news on this one? I know it has some news. I've got something written down, but I can't read my scrawl right now. Aha! So there's another one. They did a reverse split on the 12th. Okay, they did a reverse split on the 12th. And as I say many times, if these companies are smart, they'll try to come up with any sort of news within a week to get the interest into that back into the stock. Yeah, so it was a 1 for 5. So that probably is the right, yeah, that should be the right float because it's after they did it before the 15th, right? Let me check again. Uh, Yeah, so they did it before the 15th. So typically these float numbers are updated every bi-weekly or bi-monthly, I should say, bi-monthly. So say the 15th and 30th. So that float number should be pretty correct, pretty bang on. Let me just check another website. Yeah, about right. 4 million. Boy, if it takes out two. Now I've taken some off, guys. I've taken some off in case it can't get through two. But boy, well, guys, I say this, I think every single day. Some of these ones that sleep for a while, and then if we get some volume coming in and it's a low float, this is the sort of thing that can happen. I love trading in the afternoon. Let me go to that website again because this website seems to be pretty good in terms of letting us know when reverse splits are happening also. I can't seem to open the I'm getting sorry guys, I can't seem to find on that website like I saw yesterday where it called reverse splits. But this is turning into an awesome trade now on a percentage basis. Now let's see if it can hold two. That'll be the key. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I am trying to find out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't find it. I cannot find that. I was on this site. I could have sworn it was on this site somewhere where it had the reverse splits. Maybe it was another site I was on. I just can't remember. All right, guys, I may have called the election a little premature. The ENVB is trying to come back a little bit. Ugh. All right, so it's still butting its head up against that VWAP, ENVB. So again, I look, if this takes out, I mean, you're giving up a bit, but if it takes out this 335 mark, okay, this 335 mark, where a lot of consolidation right here, just over that VWAP, that could get it rocking again. So I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to stick a price alert around 336 for ENVB. Like right now, guys, I mean, this looks like it might want to go, but we need the volume to come in. Need the volume to come in. Okay, well, look at this. Look at this. So it did take this out so far. The volume is trying to come in. This has another 5 minutes to close. Is there a filter for percent change after high of day is formed? So are you, Ganny, are you talking about, so let's say the high of the day was 10 and now it's 9 and you want to know what the difference is, the percent difference is from that high of the day? Is that what you mean? Okay. There you can do a custom formula. You're new, right? Are you new? Yeah, you're new. Okay. You know what I would do? I don't have the time to do it right now, but if you ask, Stephanie can do it for you. Unless I have one written already. I have a lot of them. Let me just see if I do. It's a simple formula. Let me see if I've got one written already. Okay. It's a very simple formula though. You just take price high minus the price by 100, and you can create a percentage out of it. So you can do something like that. But let me now the other thing you could do rather than getting overly complicated is you can use the position in days range, okay? Without getting overly complicated. So you can see where a stock is in the position in the day's range, as an example. So for instance, no, the formula would be a filter. It would be a filter like and would have a min and a max like any other. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys, just so you guys know. So it would have a min and a max just like a normal filter. You would just actually have a new filter though, and it would be called U0. Let me see if I actually have one. I created it a long time ago. I don't use custom formulas anymore. Right, guys. Look at this. Look at this. What a nice late day move for IFBD. Could happen. It could happen. Look at it. Look what it did. It took out the high in the pre-market. Awesome. Look at the volume that came in. Manage your trades, guys. A low float. Remember, manage your trades. I don't think I have. Wait a minute. Let me see. Maybe I do have one. Just give me a moment, okay, Ganny? But if I can't, if I don't have it, I'm going to direct you to Stephanie. She can create it for you. I just can't do it right now. Trying to watch this trade and all. Um, what does last price mean? Just give me a moment. Let's see. Yesterday's close. Okay. Okay, this might work. This might work. Give me a moment. I just got to find it again. Where is it? Sorry, I just got to. Okay, I've taken some out. I have to really manage this IFBD trade. Taking some out as it's coming right down. I don't have very much left now, guys. Like it looks like this could be it. Just off the top of my head, this might work. Well, only those sort of questions, though. Okay, like custom formula type questions. Off the top of my head, I think this might work. Okay, but you know what? You're probably, what you'll probably do is drop it into your account. So if you want, there is a custom formula, but you don't know how to create one yet. So that's the issue. It's just that I'm having a tough time trying to help you and manage this. So if you go info@trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask, okay. Oh, sorry, I typed it in wrong. Just a minute. Okay, so info@trade-ideas.com. You can ask for Stephanie. You might just want to put, Stephanie, can you help me? And basically, I think that formula will work. T underscore high is today's high divided by the current price. Okay. And then minus 1 times 100 will give that percent. And that should show you the difference between the current the today's high and the current price. Let's just do it. If the high was 10 and the current price is 9, I think that does it. I think that does it. And you subtract 1 times 100, that gives you 11%. Yeah, that actually will do it, if that makes sense. Okay. Let me just put this here. So, oh, thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. So that'll actually work. Okay. And now you don't have to contact Stephanie, because now the next step is to go here. This is in the guide, not that specific formula or anything, but how to create a custom formula. And what happens is you'll be brought to this page. You should be brought to this page. And in the sort, now you'll see something that says create new. I don't have one because you can only have 100 custom formulas. So I've already got 100, but you should see something that'll say create new. When you click on create new, you'll have a source box that'll pop up. Okay. It'll be blank. And then you just basically put that formula exactly, it has to be exact, of course, in here. And then you can give it a description. You call it difference, percent difference between the high current price and high of the days, whatever you want to call it. Ratio. You don't really have to fill out anything else. The reason why you give it a good name, though, is because you can always search. So if I have an alert window here and I right click and I click on configure, and then I click on specific filters. I'm sorry, search. If I click on search, I can now search on any filter. So if I click on if I start typing in volume, now actually what I should do is just make it so I'm just searching on filters. So if I start typing in VOLU, I get everything related to volume as an example. So if you gave it a name that makes sense to you and you start typing in the search, you'll find it immediately. Okay. For instance, here are a couple of formulas I created. Volume yesterday, U25. Okay. And that all the custom formulas are started with a U, meaning user. So that's why I'm saying give it a good name that makes sense to you, and then you can always search on it rather than having to do this. Scrolling down, all the way down every single filter until you find it. Okay. If that makes sense. That was a challenge. Management IFBD. Now, the other one that might start getting going is the WLGS. You're winning your races today. This is one I'm not sure. I don't quite understand why it wasn't in here. Let me just see if it's even here at all. A moment. Yeah, it's not even in here. Got to be something that's blocking it from coming in. But I'm not quite sure what. Not quite sure what. Okay, revenge trading. Well, okay. It's sort of like when I was talking about money management earlier, okay? Yeah, you put a stop in and then you don't obey it, okay? And yes, it moves down, 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 and you now instead of your $100 loss, it's two, three, four, $500, and then you give up and you sell. But as I said, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down $500 or so, and then it comes back for you, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you sort of congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. So it's the same sort of thing with the revenge trading. I mean, can it work? Anything can work, but it's a real I mean, I know what you're trying to do, but first of all, you probably didn't have a stop because, or you didn't obey. And so you're thinking, it's going to come back. So I'm just going to double up my position. And, so that now my average cost is lower. And can it ever work? Of course it can. But and as Real would say, and I think most people would say, you can really destroy an account doing that and getting really stubborn. You just have to let it go sometimes because the minute you start really doubling down and then doubling down if it keeps moving down. I mean, yeah, if you got an unlimited supply of money, unless it goes to zero, it's possible it can work. It's just not great money management. It's just not great money management. And revenge trading is so emotional because when you're revenge trading, you're mad. You're mad. I mean, it's that simple, and there's nothing worse than trading when you're ticked off. You know, when you start trading, if you have a fight with your kids or your wife or something goes wrong, you shouldn't be trading. You really you cannot because you get in a horrible frame of mind. And the same thing with revenge trading, because the only reason you're revenge trading is, well, the definition of the revenge. You want to get revenge on that trade that didn't work for you. And it's a terrible frame of mind to be in. And I'm telling you, when you double down and it still doesn't work, you can start sweating bullets. Okay. We've all done it. Okay. This is not me saying I've never done it. I haven't done it in years. Okay. But we've all done it because the human nature is to not admit that you're wrong. And I'm not just talking to you, trade swings. I'm just talking in general. Human nature just I don't want to admit I'm wrong. It was a great setup. It should work. I think you mentioned that one yesterday, Tank. Yeah. So I don't know if that was a great explanation, but I mean that's and we've all done it. Believe me, Real has done it. I've done it. Paradox is that we've all done it. Anybody who's an experienced trader has all done it, and they're lying if they're saying they haven't. Okay. Thing is that and you okay. I've been trading for a few years. When commissions were ridiculously high, it was tough to get out of a trade. And I'm talking when commissions were, in the 90s and all, and before really online trading happened. You could be spending two, three, $400 depending on the size of the trade on commissions to buy and the same amount to sell. All right. So yeah, it was sometimes it was really hard to get out of a trade because you didn't want to, my goodness, I'm going to have to pay that huge commission. But commissions are even if you have IB with their half a cent. I mean, commissions are not a reason, or not wanting to pay commissions is not a reason anymore to get out of a trade. You can always get back in. You can always get back in. If it sets up the same way, you have to think to yourself, okay, wonder why it didn't work. Well, it could be a lot of reasons why it didn't work in the first place. Not every trade is going to work, of course, but there could be some reasons. Maybe the market turned on you, if it's more of a market related trade. Um, Maybe you didn't see a moving average that was sneaking in there. Maybe you didn't see it. I've done that. I'm certainly not infallible. I've taken trades and not realizing that, oh my goodness, there's the 200-day moving average, like 10 cents above it, or there's a VWAP, and I just get kind of lost. But I have a stop. But I shouldn't have taken the trade in the first place. But I still have a stop, and so if it doesn't work, it's not going to kill me. Well, and the other way I would explain another version. Okay. Another version of revenge trading is this. I talk about, you're risking, say, $100 a trade, and I don't vary how much I risk by much, every trade. So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the 50 the next. I try to keep the risk about the same every trade. But you can fall into this trap also. You might have all the greatest intentions in the world to do that. So you risk $100 the first trade, you lose. Now you're ticked off. And so, well, you know what? I got to get that back. So I'm going to risk 200 the next trade because then I have to win that one, right? So now I'll cover that first loss and I'll actually be up 100. You lose that one. Now you're down 300. So you risk 400 the next trade because you got to make that 300 back. And then when, your third trade works in your head, now you're going to be up 100, on and on and on. Believe me, I've done it. It's okay to have conviction in the trade law. I mean, there's no problem with that as long as you have a stop. But it seemed like it blew through your stop or something, or because even if you're looks like you're more of a swing trader. Even a swing trader has to have a stop. Not all swing trades aren't going to work. Oh, OTCs, yikes! No kidding. I haven't traded an OTC stock or a pink sheet for years now. I actually stopped my account within IB just to prevent any temptation. Stopped my account. I stopped my privilege of trading OTCs in my IB account just to, get rid of any sort of temptation I might have. Well, so what you're saying is you took the stop and it kept going down and you thought you would try it again. Is that what you mean? Yeah, the last one I ever did, getting off the beaten path here. I can't remember what the name of it was. It was seemed like such an awesome idea. It was giving no, this is in the States, of course. It was an OTC stock in the States, and it was giving veterans um training training them to do home inspections. Like how when you buy real estate, it's a good idea to get some guy in to sort of inspect the home for you. Say, oh, okay, well the furnace needs replacing, the carburetor is, going through all the things so that now you can confront the the seller and say, okay, here's what my guy says. It was something to do with that, but hiring veterans to do it, and it seemed like a really good idea, and I lost all my money in that in that one because I'm not I didn't put $100,000 into it or anything like that, but I think that was the last OTC stock I ever did. All right, guys. Time's it now? 3:04. Well, look at that. And that's why you just can't walk away from. Well, look at this one even. It may look interesting, the WLG. I didn't take it. I didn't take it, but it looked really interesting through the VWAP. Looked like it could have kept going, and now it's dropping. Look at IFBD now. I mean, look at it now. I mean, it got up to what, 229, right back down to 150. That's a tremendous percentage move. Bob, you know it is. Do you live in the Vancouver area? Because yeah, nice day, another nice day. So yeah, in fact, I'm getting my socks on right now. Oh, you got it, Bob. No, I'm pretty diligent about working out. I've worked out all my life, so I'm conditioned to working out, not just a bike ride, of course, but other things. So I've been was a gym rat all my life, so played lots of sports. So yeah, I'm very conditioned to working out, and I know to be sedentary all day long is the worst thing. The NVB. So is it going to? So listen, I mean, it's anything is possible. There's that high of the day, 447. Looking left, on the weekly chart. Take a look at that weekly chart and where the next high is. Looks like around 5, a little over 5. So if it can take out the high of the day, it still has a shot to the 5 level. I think it's getting there, of course. This is probably, it may not be a record, but it's going to be close in terms of float turnover. 53 times, 53 times. You divide 1.86 million into 100 million. That is traded the float 53 times, almost 54 times. By the end of the day, it could be 60. Actually, I was wrong. Those veterans were sent in to inspect for mold when mold was a big deal in homes. That's what it was. And they were given some kind of a device that could detect mold in homes. That's what it was. And that was my OTC trade. I even talked to the company. I did all the right things. Talked to the company, and I don't know if it's going to be hard with that float. The volume is picking up. Imagine if we got a big volume burst like one we had at 10:30. I mean, another million shares have traded. Remember, that's so the float is almost turned over again. No, this I never called them afterwards. It was before I actually invested in it, and that was an investment. Well, let's see. It's close. It's close. It's close. It's right at 4 now. ENVB right at 4 now. I knew somebody. Well, Shady kind of got me earlier on the election recount. Well, come on, that looked pretty bad. There was a lot of consolidation, and then at 2 o'clock we had that big red candle, and then another one afterwards. That looked pretty bad to me. But I have no problem admitting that I was wrong. 451 is the high of the day. He will be to 4. volume coming in still. What time is it now? 3:12. So the volume still coming in. Well, should say that. I don't know if it's increasing. I can't tell by the candle, but it's a big candle. It still has 5 minutes or 3 minutes to close. Okay, well, it's got to try to regain 4. Well, it could be interesting after hours. I mean, if it can get back up over 4, this could be interesting after hours. I don't trade after hours as such. I don't usually initiate trades after hours, but this could get very interesting after hours if it gets back over 4. All right, guys, I think that is it for me. 3:14, so I'm just gonna shut it down maybe 5 minutes early, if that's okay. Are there any questions? I will stick around for questions. One last thing I do want to do is just put the test drive link in. Just quickly explain what you're seeing on the test drive. So if you'd like to try us out, if you can afford $11.11, then go for it. It'll start on the 5th, June the 5th through the 20th, inclusive. That's 10 trading days, okay? So it'll cost you $11.11. If you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not getting live data until the 5th. Just understand that. So please don't contact our support people and say, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" Now you'll actually have access to the program on Friday before, which is the 2nd, about an hour after the market closes. So you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday, so that when you come into the test drive, if you've never used this product before, you have some knowledge of what the product is all about. Once the test drive is over, it's over. And I say it like that because people say, well, what happens? Do I have to unsubscribe? Nope. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. So we only do this, again, we used to do this 4 times a year, every quarter. But this is only the second time this year. I think the last one was January. So I don't know how many more we're going to have this year. So again, good opportunity to try us out. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Okay, Paradox. It's Friday already. Okay, I'll shut down our YouTube room first. So bye, YouTubers. We'll see you tomorrow.